Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of the Sustainability Summit 2022. It has been so fulfilling. It reminds me of the greatest quotes that I have heard, that there are opportunities even in the most difficult circumstances and situations. And, in our discussion in the past 2 days, we've had discussions around infrastructure development. How can that be sustainable? We've spoken about energy efficiency. We shouldn't be having load shedding when we can renew energy and find other sources of development. We also spoke about the youth yesterday, closing off a powerful session saying, let the youth be the spark that ignites the change, in society and in the world. So that was really amazing. But day 3 also comes with a lot of benefits. And joining me this morning, we are going to be talking about waste, achieving a vision, net zero waste, according to the United Nations and some of the SDG goals as well. And we know that, the national pricing strategy for waste management has placed a strong emphasis around achieving a cost-effective and a zero waste to landfill waste management option. So we're going to have this discussion this morning, and joining me, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed panelists, we have Mr. Andile Tlotlela, who's a non-executive chairman at IWASA. We also have Edith Luuta, who's the CEO for Fiber Circle. We have Ian Gulant, who is joining us all the way from Scotland. He's the Chief Executive Officer for Zero Waste Scotland. We also have,
Mr. Chad Robertson, who's the CEO and co-founder of Regionize. We also have Telly Chauke, who's Chief Sustainability Officer for Kucha Development Corporation. Thank you very much to all of you joining us this morning and for taking the time to engage. I think maybe we can start here. How can waste be better commercialized? Because, in different spaces, in different countries, in different regions, I think we haven't been thoroughly conscientized about waste. So let me start with Ian, and then we'll have Edith, we'll have Andile, Chad, and Teddy. Mr. Gulant, over to you.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Thank you, Tabby, and great opportunity to speak to you today from my office here in a rather wet Scotland, unfortunately. But I'm very interested. Obviously, I'll just tell a little bit about who I am and head up Zero Waste Scotland, which is Scotland's circular economy expert agency. We are an organisation that's fully funded by the Scottish Government to support the transition to a more circular economy, to reducing waste, increasing recycling levels, but more importantly, tackling consumption. So that's probably my starting point when you asked the question, Tabby, about what 3 things do we need to start thinking seriously about if we want to achieve zero waste. So we think creating a more circular economy is part and parcel of that, but we really do need to consume a lot less of the earth's natural resources. We've done some analysis here. So in Scotland, 80% of our carbon footprint, 80% of Scotland's carbon footprint comes from the consumption of products and materials, half of which actually come from other parts of the world. So the impact that we're having is not just here in Scotland, but it's actually a global impact. So we really seriously need to do it. We know the climate change impacts of that, but also the biodiversity stresses and etc., and all the social impacts of some of those material extraction as well. So we need to reduce that, and just to put us in the real bad corner for Scotland, our consumption equals something like 18.4 tonnes per person per year of materials, and scientists will say a more sustainable level of consumption is actually 8 tonnes per person. So Scotland is well above double the consumption of materials. So that is something. So regardless of how we talk about waste and recycling, we really do need to reduce that consumption first and foremost. So that's the first thing. The second thing is about involvement of everyone. I think we've learned in our journey around the circular economy that this isn't a waste management issue anymore. This is about people at the end of the pipe trying to clean up the mess. This is about involving all parts of industry, society, from producers, material designers, product designers, and even individual citizens to be part of this. And I think that's the second thing we've learned in our engagement? How do we get everybody into the room to have these types of conversations, not just to look at the challenges, but to look at the opportunities? And the third thing is really about that systems approach. So again, just not looking at particular parts of the waste system or the production system in isolation. How do we look at the whole part? You know, that's particularly prevalent when we think about food, you know, thinking about what we grow, how we grow it, how we produce it, how we manufacture it, how we display it, how do we retail it, and ultimately how do we actually consume it in our homes? How do we look at all of that in the round if we're serious about reducing food waste? And even when we think about, you know, for us, we're now beginning to start thinking about the design of future technologies. So thinking about all the low carbon infrastructure that I'm sure you've all been talking about over the last couple of days, that we're all now deploying, whether that's wind farms, solar panels, heat pumps. Every, you know, country in the earth is now deploying huge amounts of infrastructure. So how do we ensure that that's not waste of the future when we want to, you know, upscale some of that equipment, or re-technology needs to repower it. So how do we design it in such a way that it can be refurbished, you know, remanufactured or reused, you know, in years to come, and it becomes much more part of the infrastructure. So it becomes an asset that we continue to use rather than it's here for 10, 20 years and then, you know, as I said, becomes the way. So that's the kind of systems approach that we're now beginning to embed in our economic system. So there's probably three things to start, but yeah, there's probably other things about how the role of government I can talk about as well, or the role of local government as well. It's not all about central government, it's the role of local government to create the right environment and the right infrastructure to ensure that citizens can play their part. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the insight, Ian, and we're looking forward to engaging further on that note. Can we have Edith? Hi, Edith. Please unmute your mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In a cloudy Johannesburg, a bit nippy today, but I'm quite happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I'm looking forward to learning from my colleagues on the call today. I am the CEO of Fiber Circle, and Fiber Circle is a producer responsibility organization responsible for the paper and paper packaging sector in South Africa. In and or around 2000, the 5th of November 2000, legislation was passed in South Africa. The regulation was passed in South Africa where producers of paper and paper packaging materials and other products had a responsibility to look at the end of life of products so that we divert waste from landfill. And from a paper and paper packaging point of view, we have a long history of success in diverting paper from our landfills, with over 1 million tons of paper going back into the circular economy and being recycled in South Africa. So we are proud of this history. There's lots to be done still, and lots of innovation and research still that needs to be done. But I think that we come from a legacy of great collaboration and with paper being used every day. Our birth certificates are on paper. We use paper every day in our daily lives. Our children learn to write their first words on paper. So paper plays a critical part of our lives, and we are committed to making sure that all our paper gets diverted from landfill and gets reused. There's ongoing research that's being done in our sector. Previously, we could recycle paper up to 7 times, and that has increased significantly now in the circular economy. So our aim is really to divert paper and paper packaging from the landfill. And I think from a circularity point of view, if you look at the value chain, there's lots of support that can happen from an enterprise development perspective with collection systems. There is a lot of effort now being put in from not just the PRO for paper, the producer responsibility for paper, but other producer responsibilities for other materials to support the informal sector in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edith. We're looking forward to engaging further, just especially around, the paper packaging. You brought it home to say our birth certificates are on paper. That was so unique. we don't think about the value of something until we engage with how much meaning it actually has to us. So thank you for that. Can we have Andile, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
I've been listening attentively. Thank you. And once again, thank you for the opportunity for us to make a contribution. You asked a question about how can waste be better commercialized. I think where you are asking the question, I think from where we are sitting, you are maybe ahead. Maybe I'll just have to take us back from a design thinking point of view. If I just borrow
Sure.
those. I think the first thing is that we need to just take all the role players, because if you're going to commercialize anything, there are many other stakeholders that need to be involved. So I think what we need to do is we need to go back and build this net zero concept with
Sure.
the relevant stakeholders that are going to be involved in the ultimate commercialization of waste, because that's where we are ahead. We know the value, we know all the other benefits. I mean, we are speaking to the converted, but I think our role here is to go back and not impose these concepts to the relevant stakeholders, but to almost pretend that they don't exist. And we know who the stakeholders are, who are going to make the commercialization sustainable, because we just don't want to cut the ribbons and clap hands and just say, yes, we've done it, we're launching this as a model. But what we want it to be sustainable. And it's the stakeholders and the role players that are going to be responsible for making it sustainable. So we need to go backwards and pretend that this does not exist, and then build it up with them, so that ultimately they first see value. We bring them to where we are. We cannot afford to have a very small community of advocates and champions. We need to increase the population of people that are conscious about e-waste, sustainability, and the environment. So that's the first. So I'm essentially saying, in your question on how waste can be commercialized, is basically to go back and make sure that now that we've now have a regulatory framework in place, of course there are issues there and there, but I believe that we've left so many people behind in terms of them realizing the number of commercial opportunities that can be generated from job creation, from enterprise development. And before the commercialization, there's what I call social innovation. So we can just even create an environment where it is acceptable to come up with innovations around waste, even if those innovations don't end up being commercialized, because those that are going to be commercialized are going to come from within a particular basket of innovation that is available. So that's my contribution in terms of how can we better commercialize waste. In short, I'm basically saying, let's rally the stakeholders that are going to be part of the sustainability of the commercialization of e-waste. We are ahead. I mean, if you look at the amount of gravitas the sustainability week should be having, I mean, it should be the topical issue, for example, in a country like South Africa, because this is one area where we can make a huge dent in unemployment rate in South Africa, based on the ecosystem and the level of skills that is required. We should be having people wanting to participate, wanting to share ideas around how we can increase the size of the opportunity.
100%. Thank you very much. You're quite correct in saying back to the basics is quite necessary, and focusing on the building blocks before we even get to the commercialization aspect. So thank you for that. We look forward to engaging further. Chad?
Thanks, Thabang. And I think I'll just continue from where Andile left off. He left us in a great position. Talking about the topic of commercialization. And so just to give context, I am from a company called Regionise, and we essentially are on a mission to make zero waste solutions accessible, attainable, and inclusive here in South Africa. And so, just to continue the conversation, Andile made a very good point about going backwards and increase the population, which I totally agree with. You know, I was just reminiscing about this process of zero waste. And if we look at the concept of zero waste, it's about, you know, not creating waste, but we've made it a very complicated process. If you think about how we used to live, I would say when I was slightly more younger, you know, there was things like hand-me-downs. We used to repair our fridges. We used to fix our clothes. You know, my mom when I was young made all my clothes for me. So, you know, it's not this very complicated thing. It's a very simple thing, and we have to go back, as Tabang has just mentioned. And so what we find is that people who have less means already living the zero waste lifestyle as much as possible, versus people in the middle and upper sectors who's just consuming so much. So, you know, maybe the conversation is not always just a waste problem. It's about also bringing other stakeholders to the table, talking to your, you know, the mass producing sectors as well, the marketing departments of that. It's not a waste problem, it's a people problem. So I think we have a lot of commercialization in South Africa, and I believe it's somewhat over commercialized at times because so many people are dependent on waste to make a living. We have a large informal sector. We have a lot of small or micro startups and SMEs in the waste sector. And the issue is that a lot of them are fighting for the same pie. And what I think we as an industry need to do is to open up that idea of how to commercialize waste. It's not simply just collecting waste and selling it, because that's obviously the low-hanging fruit. And I think that is very overpopulated as a sector. There's a long value chain from the whole zero waste lifestyle and the zero waste value chain. And so I think it's, yeah, just showing people opportunities. We've seen some good ideas in the past, like Rediso with the tire processes. Obviously that didn't fare out very well, but it was a good way to show people what can be done. And yeah, I think from a consumer perspective, it's, you know, we're always talking about making it convenient. And I just had this conversation yesterday with someone about convenience, and it's, you know, it's not about making it convenient. It's about people realizing how important this is. It's not a gimmick. It's not a fad that we're just trying to push onto people.
Yeah.
But the situation we have again, and especially in South Africa and other developing nations, is that it's difficult to convince people to change their lifestyles to do what supposed to be done from an environmental basis if they still focus on basic issues such as where they're going to get their food, where they're going to get their water from, is the water truck coming later, does my child have food for school? And so, yeah, it's complex because we're facing so many difficult issues. You know, when I entered this industry, it was about how do we get people to recycle? That was my motivation. I came from a software background, thought, how do we get people to change behavior using incentives and various technologies? Today, we are bringing in zero waste solutions into spaza shops. We are working with the informal sector, developing decentralized recycling units in communities, because we realize that, you know, it's not just about technology and waste. There's more important things that people are focused on. And money is a big factor with that. And yeah, like I said, this is a very large conversation. So I'm looking forward to biting into it deeper.
Thank you very much, Chad. And also you really brought something close to home, the people problem, because every initiative, every incentive starts with the people, you know, and I look forward to engaging further on how do we integrate them, the users themselves, into achieving the net zero. So thank you for that. Telly?
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to this wonderful panel and to you, Thabang. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I just want to quickly...
Please switch on your camera if possible. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Telly.
I hope the angle is right. I've got it's placed in a very strange place on my keyboard.
Okay,
but
no problem.
All be that. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to be part of this panel, and I'm already finding a lot of, I guess, synchronicity with what some of the panel speakers have already spoken about, because I think we're all on the same page. And the issue is getting it done. And I know with Climate Week in New York, the theme is getting it done. And I think all around the world, the narrative is getting it done. And so I think we need to start talking about those aspects that get it done. I'm Telly Chauke. I'm a Chief Sustainability Officer at the CDC. The Guga Development Corporation, just by way of quick introduction, is a public entity based in the Eastern Cape. We are wholly owned by the provincial government of the Eastern Cape, and we are mandated by the Special Economic Zones Act to operate the Guga SEZ. However, we do have a footprint that is wider than just the Eastern Cape. We also play a role as an implementing agent for other government departments, both nationally and provincially. And we have a footprint on the continent as well, where we are responsible or entering into the space of supporting African governments in terms of establishing logistics parks and various other spaces that support economic development, industrialization, and the manufacturing community at large. So this topic, Thabang, is essential, and it's very core to us as an operator of an SEZ, as well as a player in the infrastructure space. And to answer your question quickly, and you know, I do have some, I guess, some fundamental pain points around the topic specifically because I've worked in the local government sector and I'm now working in an industrialized type of community. And so sometimes we find that there's quite a bit of policy incoherence between the manufacturing and industry space as well as local government space in terms of whose job is it to get it done. So how do we then get it done from a commercialization perspective? I think, Thabang, there are 3 points that I want to talk to. And one is the cost of inputs. So in any commercial value chain, the cost of inputs has a huge bearing in terms of the pricing of the product. And currently the cost of inputs, and by inputs when we say we're talking about waste, is that cost is driven by what local governments are doing in terms of performing their waste service authority function, and then what industry is doing from an extended producer responsibility perspective. So I think it's important for us to think about the cost of inputs in terms of waste feedstock. We know that municipalities are the waste service authority in South Africa, and their responsibility is to collect, transfer, and dispose of waste. Talking to general waste and household waste. And this tends to be waste that is not separated at source, waste that often is a mix or mashup of household waste, commercial waste, packaging waste, paper waste, as well as food waste. So what I think becomes important is how do we strengthen the role of local governments to support the reclamation industry from curbside right until landfill, and then providing material recovery facilities, transfer stations, and infrastructure for the small player like your informal waste pickers, like your SMEs in the space to be able to offtake, therefore flattening the cost of the input and then allowing that feedstock to then flow through the recycling value chain. An important aspect that I also think we need to consider in this conversation, and perhaps it will come up later on, is routes to market. We know that whilst there are significant players in the recycling economy, we know that it's really underpinned by the small guy. It's underpinned by the informal waste pickers, small operators, and often they struggle with gaining access to markets or routes to markets. And this is about supporting infrastructure and organizing themselves. And so I think we also need to look at how do we pay attention to providing routes to market, specifically for the small guy, in terms of providing incentives, supporting infrastructure, as well as funding models and funding instruments, I think are important. And then we often hear in the policy space, Thabang, a lot about extended producer responsibility. And I think it's important for us to coin an extended consumer responsibility phrase. To do that, we need to be able to shape demand. And so the average consumer in South Africa, and I'm talking about your low to middle income earners, are concerned about receiving their product and consuming their product, and not necessarily about its cradle and its grave. And so we need to be able to shape consumers in the way they identify with products, the way they receive and consume products, but also what role or interest they play in the disposal of waste. I'll give you an example with a recent purchase that I made of an electronic device. It came in a different box, and the SIM card came in a different box. And the SIM card came in a huge box in an envelope with plastic packaging and a foam coat for just a micro SIM.
Imagine.
So I asked myself, the producer, what were they thinking? But I could also have gone for a digital SIM, for example, and avoided that entire. So I think we need to be able to shape demand. Lastly, Thabang, and I know I'm probably going a little bit further than I should.
Go ahead, girl. We love it.
Touch on issues of policy coherence. There is an untapped value chain right now in terms of industrial waste and commercial waste. And entities like my own are looking into how we can draw benefit from construction waste and industrial waste, and support a circular economy within our SEZ. So we're exploring a couple of project concepts around how we can have our tenants within our SEZ being able to draw benefit from each other's waste streams. And this is an important lesson that we need to be able to infuse across different SEZ operators, but in industry as a whole, is that there are certain parts of the value chain that are perceived as either too costly to invest in or difficult to manage from a policy restrictions perspective. And that's why I always touch on policy coherence. If we are pushing in the industrial community, we are pushing dematerialization, decarbonization, we have to be able to incentivize those actions for industry by providing ease of doing business or ease of investing in other alternatives and options. So that's it for now, and I hope we can dig into those points a little later on. Thank you.
100%. Edith, I felt like I'm in a church that speaks about waste, and I'm getting it. So, wow, we're getting it, Thank you so much.
We're getting it, Thabang.
100%. And maybe I was just saying, sorry, I was flipping the names. I meant Telly, but Edith, I actually wanted to call you because I saw you nodding your head on some of the comments and sentiments that were shared by Telly, particularly around the routes to markets, and particularly around how do we create that extended consumer responsibility. So please help us with that, and then we'll go to Ian. Thank you, Telly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I could listen to Telly the whole day. I think that Telly is 100% correct when she says that, yes, there's the extended producer responsibility, but there is also the extended consumer responsibility.
Sure.
I think often we buy something and then we see that triangle that says that it's recyclable, or and what happens is we see it, but what do we do with it? And we discard it in our bins, and then it gets mixed with our pap and our gravy and all sorts of other things. And I think that Telly touched on such an important aspect where we're talking about, the collaborations that need to happen from a policy point of view, so that there's some coherent nature in which we approach our waste issue in South Africa. The truth of the matter is that the extended producer responsibility came about because we are fast running out of landfill airspace in South Africa. And land is such an important commodity, and historically in South Africa, we know the value of land. And it would be such a shame if we are using our land to build more landfills. That's not the solution. The solution for us is how do we conscientize our consumers, and also how does the municipality come to the party in making sure that wet waste is handled differently from our dry waste. So separation at source is absolutely key to us. If a paper is soiled, there's nothing that we can do about it, which is sad. And we find that we still have quite large sums of paper that gets mixed with household waste in particular and ends up in landfill because our mills cannot handle soiled paper. So if we're talking about, you know, that collaboration that's required, we really do need a solution around wet waste and food waste in South Africa. And I think that we haven't really gotten to a point where we're having conversations with the right people in the room, talking about how are we going to be supporting this for the circular economy in South Africa. It's a big problem. You know, it's not just paper that gets soiled. You can think of even plastic products. When they get soiled, you need to have a wash bay that increases your energy consumption. So I think that there is a lot of conscientization that needs to happen. And coming to what Andile is saying, perhaps it's important to take a step back and say, how do we educate our consumers with the right sort of information so that this is a tool that they can use to have a more sustainable outlook in how they impact the environment.
Thank you so much, Edith. Perhaps, Ian, you can come in there, particularly just commenting what is central to the net zero agenda. And when we speak about net zero regarding waste, what do we actually mean? Because, you know, there are viewers that are here and they want to understand, you know, what does the net zero agenda, what is it essentially? And what is net zero when it comes to waste?
I do wish I could answer that in one sentence. I think building on, I mean, it's quite incredible sitting here, you know, because all of the things that the other panelists are talking about are really real and present in Scotland as well. And some of it is about the fact that our waste system that we've established here in Scotland is inaccessible to, as people have said, you know, other parts of the community, the industry, you know, to access the materials. It's very efficient in terms of a waste system, you know, so it feels like a bit of a, you know, you can put your bins out, you can get your bins collected quite efficiently, and that stuff is taken away. But the real opportunity to reduce waste and create that economic and that social story that everybody's been talking about is actually not in waste. It's actually in the individual materials, individual products that we're putting into the waste stream. So we really, somebody said about source separation, it's how do we access that and how do we start that conversation with both businesses and citizens to really think about it. So it is about an education, it's about awareness about what people are throwing away. So ultimately trying to reduce consumption, as I've said previously, but ultimately trying to get them to understand what happens if you mix all your materials together and the impact of that, the negative impact of that. But I mean, it's ideally, I think it was Andile, point about getting people together. Absolutely. One of the biggest successes I think we're having in Scotland is we're taking our circular economy and our zero waste approach into the cities and regions and opening up different types of conversations. So we've done a lot of mapping of the resource flows within those communities, creating a very visual city scan, as we call it, and then getting industry leaders, business leaders, small businesses, entrepreneurs around the table to look at the opportunities through the kind of lens of the products and materials that have been thrown away, basically. And that is really exciting because you're actually getting that collaboration that Andile and other panelists have been talking about. And I absolutely agree. If you open it up, you're kind of opening up the waste stream, so to speak, for people to look at it and start to understand, you know, the excitement of it all to some extent, the kind of merging of products and material flows to actually create new opportunities, both economically for businesses, you know, in terms of new markets, but also for citizens to get involved in things like sharing, recycling, repair, and creating the infrastructure that's required. So that's been absolutely, you know, key to any progress that we've been making in Scotland. Is opening up the kind of waste stream, so to speak, and having those conversations, because actually people want to do it. And it goes back to that point. I think people genuinely in Scotland, particularly, want to do something. You know, particularly obviously facing the climate crisis. We had COP26 here in Glasgow last year, and when you know, got past the kind of rhetoric, you know, individuals were really saying, what can I do? Because some of the big stuff, all the big, you know, the investment, all of the things on the main stage were all very at arm's length, very hard, very inaccessible for the citizen in the street. But they really wanted to do something. So things like reducing food waste, accessing, reuse and repair services, starting to think about what they can do in the local community. So again, I think it's TLEC was really, that's the heart of our work as well. How do we create the infrastructure? How do we create at a local level, a role for local government, perhaps, to create the right infrastructure for these things to happen? So instead of actually delivering the services or delivering the businesses, because others will do that, other entrepreneurs or other individual citizens will step forward, but you need to create the infrastructure, whether that's hard infrastructure like buildings, like logistics for people, to access the materials that they're looking for, bringing people together in the space to be creative. There's obviously some potential fiscal financial support for those small businesses. We do that. We invest, over the last couple of years, we invested something like £15 million, what that is in your currency, into about 250 different businesses. So there are things that we can do from our kind of government level. But ultimately, it's about creating the right environment and the right infrastructure. But it is the thing about commercialisation. I mean, it's interesting for us because we have a very efficient recycling system. I think in Scotland, but it's all about collection. We can collect the materials, but we export 75% of the materials that we collect for recycling out of Scotland. Now, if you think about it, I think somebody said it about the jobs. We know that for every one job there is in the collection of materials for recycling, there's another 8 jobs in the reprocessing, remanufacturing, resale, resupply of materials back into the economy. So we're basically exporting jobs. We're exporting economic opportunity for our citizens. So I think that's the heart of the opportunity. If you're really thinking about zero waste, it's what can we do with the materials? How can we reduce the impact of the materials in the first place in terms of consumption? But ultimately, when they become assets in our community, how can we maximise that asset for local economic and local social value? That's what we really should be thinking about, rather than thinking about it, how do we get rid of it as quickly as possible, because it's waste and it's something that needs to be taken out of our communities. And disposed of somewhere else, to the detriment of either other communities or other parts of the environment.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. Chad, maybe you can come in here before I request Andile to come in. We spoke about the people problem earlier on. What are the most effective things we can do to reach net zero, especially at ground level?
Sure. I'll get to that right now, but I just want to touch on something Ian said again. Ian highlighted the amount of investment they're making locally in their own country, and it just sparked this thought I had, because as a small business in South Africa, we're in quite a unique situation. We essentially, we get recognized for a lot of the work we do locally, and we constantly winning awards, etc. But our current 2 biggest funders is the UK government and the government of Canada, which is so ironic because we're doing all this work locally, but still our local government is not making the effort to actually develop local skills and local solutions. We have all the skills we need to do this net zero waste vision locally, but the environment is so difficult, especially for innovation. There's no breeding ground for innovation. So what people tend to do is avoid trying to work with our government. That's what we have done because of our lessons learned. We've burnt ourselves so many times. We do all we can, but we need that partnerships. And the conversations is the same every year. We need to sit together. We need to chat. We need to do this. Doesn't make a difference, unfortunately. And so we have to go outside our own country to try and find funds to develop solutions locally, which is kind of sad. And it's just not the breeding ground, like I say, for innovation. But just going to your question, Tabang, looking on the ground, obviously all our solutions is focused on getting people on the ground. There's this big gap between what people are doing in government, what people are doing in private sector, and what needs to be done on the ground. Again, there needs more collaboration. But for people, like I said earlier, to get involved in this, we need to be speaking their language. We need to build solutions that helps them in their daily lives. So something we're currently busy with, it's called Zero Waste Spaza. It's essentially a plugin to make spaza shops or local convenience stores zero waste shops. And, it's something that's being done already in communities. For example, if you go to a local spaza shop, you can get a little sachet of coffee, for example, but what they do is they're making more packaging when they're doing that. So all we're doing is enabling them to still do what they do, but without creating waste. So again, simple solution to solve people's problems in the community. We also developed a free recycling model, and it's a decentralized method where we set up decentralized recycling warehouses in communities, which makes it accessible to communities. So because the challenge is government has free recycling services, mostly in higher income areas. And this is for various reasons. But again, obviously, because of the different type of residents that lives in those areas. And then there's also the private sector that offer recycling services, but again, you have to pay a fee for that. So you're leaving the vast majority of people with no recycling services and no plan of action to get their recyclables besides waste reclaimers collecting those recyclables. So we've taken a different approach and actually looked at those type of communities and made solutions that are viable for them by working with the local waste reclaimers as well. So we integrate them into our model. We provide them with PPE, access to the clean recyclables, and it's not difficult. It's telling people to separate their waste, and they want to do it. That's the interesting part. People want to do it. We went into a community that never recycled before. We launched our service. We got a 65% sign-up rate. Of that, 60% was active each week in the recycling model. It is more expensive to set up this model because it's not using a truck. You're not just taking a truck and collecting recyclables and sorting it in a warehouse. It's a bit more capital intensive to set up, but it works for our context. And again, like I said, people in other countries see what we're trying to do and they think it's the right thing. But our country's government still only invests in tenders, which keeps on just increasing the average way of recycling. And that method of recycling, it's mainly derived from the global north. It's a European way of recycling. It's an American way of recycling. We can't use that method only in our country because we have a different context. But we can have many policies, but we need people to understand what needs to be done. We've seen waste integration policies being designed, but still not enough action. So I'm a very big advocate for action over policy. I understand policy is important, especially in a country like South Africa, but without timelines, we can't wait 20 years to see change. Change needed to happen 20 years ago. And so, maybe that's just my side of the story. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Chad. Andile, can you extend on some of the sentiments that have been shared by your panelists?
Yes, thanks. I think first I just want to once again comment the opportunity for us to participate. And there are two types of conversations, if I can just group. One is what I call boardroom conversations. And I think Telly has gone on to length in terms of what those boardroom conversations should be about around industrial waste and some of the things that she alluded to. And I mean, the stats that Ian puts up, these are the stats that we should at least carry out in terms of messaging. I mean, as a non-executive chairperson of IWASA, I generally tend in this platform to want to then take the discussions into public conversations. And I'm sorry, Chad, you literally nearly got me teary because you see, when I was young, my mom used to knit clothes for me. And then so I'm trying to answer the question, what is net zero waste vision? In my context, how I've internalized it. And then we used to buy what we used to call old clothes, old clearer. There'll be a place where you go and buy old clothes. And I remember when I first discovered that you actually have to buy clothes from a retail store. It was just a huge concept for me. I ended up as a student working for Edgar's Church Street. I even worked at the ladies' sale area. And what Edgar's used to do, all the credited clothes that people return to the store, they'll then put them at the sale area. So now when you fast forward 26 years later, we're talking about recycling. And I'm saying, how do we take that conversation back to the people? You talk about how we need to make sure that the people are realizing the vision into their daily lives. And for me, I mean, some of the things, example that you've made about the waste spas, and that people can build on. But I also just want to make you aware why I believe we need to take these conversations into the public is because government is reflective of who we are as a society. And this conversation is very intrusive. It can be very difficult for you to comprehend what are we actually talking about. So please empathize that government actually doesn't understand to the extent that we in the panel understand what we are talking about. I mean, it's just number of opportunities, job opportunities that the value chain of employment that Ian talks about. It's something that should be a norm in terms of everybody should be aware of the amount of local jobs can be created through the circular economy. You take the impact that it makes from skills, from SMME development, with Edith actually mentioning localization. We tick all those boxes. But who is there to bring those conversations in the public so that then who they are role players, then they can take those conversations into boardrooms and government. And I was just thinking about something so simple that I believe SALGA should be engaged. I mean, I served in a local ward committee, and I essentially believe every ward should have what we call a waste committee, where then all the aspects of waste can then be discussed, where these conversations then can be taken there, back in terms of the amount of impact and social innovation can be extracted. So I'm just saying that for me, we need to make the conversation comfortable. Right now, waste to a lot of people, it's actually an uncomfortable. If somebody was saying, they were talking about the renewables and the power, and they were saying, oh, when did this person now be an advocate of environment and waste? Yet people every day wash clothes, right? Instead of buying new clothes. And all we can just explain to people, you know, why are you washing clothes every day? So I'm just saying that, I'm still saying that we need to go back to the public and make the conversation comfortable and build the population in terms of the community, because all the innovation, sustainability, commercialization is going to come from there. And then sell the vision and say you are living the vision in your daily lives. And then again, Chad, once they elect the representatives who become our government, these conversations become easy, which is what separates countries like Scotland and Canada, because the people that are in charge are comfortable with this conversation. And then people like us and Telly and Edith in boardrooms, we can then talk about the other aspect of policy, which is, of course, the enablement. But we can't talk about that one side when we don't have the demand side not aligned with the supply side.
Thank you very much for that. Telly, perhaps you can come in, particularly what you shared earlier on policy coherence. How can that be achieved regarding this matter?
Thank you, Tone. And I just want to quickly touch on how Andile has beautifully packaged without waste the conversation or the some of the sound bites that I gathered from Ian and Chad as well. And Ian mentioned that we need to get people together. And I think in South Africa, we're actually quite good at getting people together. But you're very right. We're not speaking to people and with people in language that personalizes this challenge and gives me a stake or a role to play. And unfortunately, we live in a society where consumers, community members are policy takers and don't necessarily have agency to be policymakers. And obviously, they don't sit in the boardrooms, Andile, but to shape what goes what gets tabled or gets put on that table. I don't think we have, we've instigated enough agency at a community level, at a consumer household level to say, but hang on, this matters to me and I matter in this conversation. So I find, Ian, that in South Africa, we're very successful with getting people together. Through the local government process, until I used to work for SALGA, I know very well that municipalities do their public engagement processes. But really talking to shared value around the waste stream and parceling out roles and responsibilities, because unfortunately, the dependence is that state provides. And if state provides, then the private sector will provide the service at a cost. And the anticipation by a community level person is that state will then absorb that cost. And unfortunately, it's actually the natural environment that's absorbing that cost. And we're seeing the failure in the system from a local government perspective, from a private sector perspective, because they have to deal with this overpricing challenge of the service, is that we then see filth all on our streets. We see misuse of that infrastructure that does exist. For example, you will find in a community, there is a material recovery facility, there is a place where you can put your separated waste, but it's vandalized. That infrastructure is not protected, it's not maintained, it's not kept up. And then the argument is that we don't have maintenance budgets, we don't have budgets for public safety. Meanwhile, there's a community protection forum that you could be engaging. So I think the conversations and how we have them have to be around value creation and identifying with each aspect of this entire value chain on a personal moral level, but in terms of community agency, I think is quite important. Thabang, before I lose the gist of your question, I thought Chad, for me, brought this conversation. We're talking about a circular economy, but we're not really operating a circular economy. We're still going to the global market for knowledge and skills and technology. We still import a large bulk of processed goods that we need for our own sustenance. We're importing. So we should be promoting local manufacturing. We should be promoting localization and strengthening the role of industry in supporting various aspects of the waste value chain and the circular economy. So we are not operating a whole of society system. We're not operating a closed system vis-a-vis a circular economy, because many of the inputs that we need, we still go to the market for, like your knowledge, skills, your technologies. Sometimes defunct or obsolete technologies wind up on our coasts. And we have the capacity. We're sitting with innovative institutions, research innovators, right at our doorstep. There's amazing work, for example, that's being done by Nelson Mandela Municipality in Gqeberha. They're just next door to us as Guga Development Corporation. And so we're starting to build those bridges. We're partnering with the CSIR around a natural fiber project so that we are able to start tapping into what would be unconventional markets for ourselves, because we are a public entity. And so sometimes those investments in what is unconventional, we're afraid of because, Chad, of those policy strictures. And we do have to have those policy conversations, but I think they need to be tempered with what people's realities and how they attach value is. I think it's important. So I feel like localization will fail if our policy and our fiscal instruments are not shaping up at pace to provide those market instruments, to provide those incentive schemes, to provide the necessary enablers for skills transfer and skills development on a localized scale. The CDC operates in SEZ. We are promoting local manufacturing infrastructure. A large portion of our investors or tenants are from multinational corporations, and we want to open SEZ for local manufacturing. If you look at, and just my last statement, I think that the public sector, especially from an infrastructure delivery perspective, is probably the biggest consumer eater of paper. Public sector is probably the biggest consumer of various other services, and yet we're not enforcing green procurement. For example, in Gqeberha local municipality in Jeffreys Bay, they paved one of the roads in the municipality with plastic bricks. And shouldn't we be emulating that at scale to say in Soweto, in wherever where we are finding that, at least for the local community roads, let's use bricks that have been made from plastic and build that into policy so that it becomes mandatory for a portion of public spend to be around, to be centered around green procurement, and to look at a portion of public procurement be mandated to be spent on local labor, local supply chains, local skills development and transfers, making use of local SMEs and cooperatives and so on, especially from a maintenance and operation perspective. And I know it's becoming more and more convoluted as I speak, but I do feel that there's room for policy innovation alongside having those very real conversations. Andile, we're good at gathering people, but I don't think we're very good at solutions that last and traction in those conversations, because we don't embed with real value for what these things, what circular economy really means to me. It means something completely different to a person who's sitting in and washing their clothes in a bin. And it means something completely different for me because I can just flick a switch and turn my washing machine on. And so I think we need to have those conversations, mindful of those differences.
Tilly, it is you that wants to make us open a waste movement, waste church. You know, this is so intense. Edith, can you jump in there on some of the echoes that Tilly has made?
I love the concept of green procurement, Telly. You have to teach me more about that. I think it's something that I'm really keen on learning. I do think that from an agency and empowerment point of view, you've hit the nail on the head. You're correct. We're good at gathering people, but are we really good at answering the question of what's in it for me, for our community? What's in it for me? I've got primary issues that I need to deal with. I've got school fees to pay. I've got food to put on the table. Now you're telling me that I must be conscious about how I consume the hard-earned materials or food that I've put on the table. It's not my primary concern. But actually, if I go back to a bit of what Andile has said, I think our very nature as Africans, we've never really been wasteful people. We've reused and recycled even before the concept of reuse and recycle was a thing. I think that we need to go back to the basics of remembering just who we are as the people. You know, I visit my mother every Sunday, and every Sunday in an ice cream Tupperware, she gives me food to bring back to my home. And that has just been the way it's always been in our family. But I think that to make it real for communities and for people to bring back that agency, we do have to answer the question of what's in it for me? How do people organize themselves so that they can form their own cooperatives that can bring in some form of income while promoting environmentally friendly and sustainable practices in their communities? I grew up in Soweto in Pimville, and one of my neighbors was very environmentally conscious, and our street was one of the cleanest streets. And we call it Isganga, where it's an illegal dumping site. But those were eradicated by one man in our street because he said, you are not going to dump your waste here in this open space. And the community rallied around him. So we need more of those type of champions, and we need to find a way in which we can identify them, empower them with the knowledge and the tools that they require in order for them to do the work that they need to do in their communities. Those champions do exist. I think that it's how we find them, how we empower them, and also truly putting our money where our mouths are. What do we need to do in a community to build a material recovery facility? You know, I see in open spaces, even in affluent areas such as Sandton and Bryanston and Lone Hill, spaces where reclaimers have taken the areas and they separate their waste. And In some instances, communities are up in arms that the value of their homes is going to be depleted because of these activities that are happening, without looking at the environmental benefit of the work that the reclaimers are doing. So perhaps it would be more important as well to conscientize even those that are in those affluent areas and get them to understand the value that reclaimers and the informal sector brings with the work that they're doing. And I think that sometimes the solutions don't need to be so high level that they don't talk to the ordinary citizen. We do need to bring it home and make it practical. What can I do with my son's school to promote recycling? What do I do with my old magazines and newspapers? I love Drum Magazine. I read it all the time. What do I do with my magazine? Is there a way in which I can get the school governing body to encourage recycling and use the school as a bring point for recycling materials that's going to benefit the school? I think that agency and that empowerment is so critical in us making it real for ordinary citizens.
100%. Chad, do you want to come in there? And then we'll have Andile.
Oh, Kamila, still muted. 2022. Yeah, sure. I agree with what most of the panelists just mentioned. It sounds like, it's a multiple approach you have to take to get this. But I think one thing I do want to touch on is that while we're chatting about net zero, we have to look at what is the actual thing we are discussing and why we're discussing net zero. We're not just discussing net zero because it's a nice term. It's because it's linked to something more serious, and that's called climate change. And something Andile mentioned earlier after I spoke was empathizing with government and making the conversation comfortable. Unfortunately, this is not a comfortable conversation. It's not something we should be empathizing with government for. This is a very serious conversation. It's not a nice to have thing. And I think we need to be more serious about it. Again, there's many of these events taken all over the place, all over the world, where we have these big conversations, these big seminars, lots of panel discussions. And it's good to bring the awareness to the table, but I don't see the seriousness being taken from everybody, especially government. And again, for our generation, it might not be that important, but for the next generation, it is very serious. Hence why we have many young climate activists, because these are the guys that should be in the positions and making the decisions, not the current decision makers, because they're not going to feel the brunt of their decision making right now. And so, there's a lot of labeling going around in terms of the youth's view around climate change and not understanding the reality. And I think that's where, I'm in between that young generation and the older generation. And so I have a good balance and sense of what's it like in reality versus what's it like for the youth and their vision of what needs to happen. So, I unfortunately, I cannot sympathize or empathize with the government Andile. I believe they have a very important role, and they need to open their eyes to what's happening. I think internationally, we've seen the crisis happening in terms of climate. South Africa has been fortunate. We haven't been hit with many severe issues because drought's been happening for many years. We've seen what happened in KZN recently with the big flooding. But I feel that as soon as something really severe happens, everybody's going to everyone's going to open their eyes. And this conversation of comfort is going to fall away very fast. And so, I know we do work like that. We're very reactive, unfortunately, in South Africa. But we also have history to understand that comfort is not what brings change. Apartheid government wanted people to be comfortable with their ruling. People were not comfortable. This is the same severity that needs to be used to get the changes happening. And I cannot be comfortable, unfortunately, and I cannot empathize. So I will do what I can on my side. And that's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Andile, you have a lot to account for here. And you're so right, Chad. It's so drastic. In spring, it's cold. In winter, it's too cold as well. So we're just so confused. So you're so right that climate change is quite a big. But let me hand it over to Andile that echoed some of these sentiments.
Yeah, thank you. I think let me just start with chat. What I mean by empathy is just to get them to understand that where we are, they are not with us. And we need to go back and pretend like this does not exist and then bring them along. And I think that's the patience maybe you might not have. And, from a design thinking point of view, that is very critical because if we leave them behind, they then actually going to undo all the good things that we are doing. I think for me, and one of the things I've taken out of this platform that has built me forward is that the problem is a human being. And in this conversation, I am also a problem. And I had to reflect, what is it that I'm not doing? And I've taken some of the things from maybe what is it that I can show, not tell, to say this is possible. I mean, I come from Diepkloof as a way to end, like it is, I see the amount of, they call it waste, open spaces, people are littering. I see economic opportunities, and I sit with pain. I mean, unfortunately, where I am, this thing just hits me as a person. You talk about those concepts, climate change as a conceptual. To me, they are reality. We're going to have the consequence of the issues that we're talking about the same way as people are dealing with load shedding. When they actually discover, like 20 years from now, to say, wow, we didn't realize at this point in time, this is what was happening. My duty as Andile and responsibility is to say, how can I take these conversations outside to create a balance between policy and demand? We take them outside. I'm just making a simple practical example. Yes, I accept that we have to import things. Now, I come from an electronics background. We have to import things. We always buy new things. But what about just making sure that those things that have been bought don't go to grave? Just that concept, I'm repeating what I said. I can show you job creation, right, to the politician that's not willing to listen. Localization, SMME development, and skills development. Am I doing it? No. What do? I also buy, right? But at least you are doing something. That's why when you talk about the waste plaza, it's for me, I can tell you right now, I don't have a place where I can go and buy a refurbished television, refurbished computer at the mall. I don't. So what am I doing to show the responsible people, which is government, who are policymakers, who create the enabling environment? And I must also say, how can I, and these are the questions that I'm literally asking myself. Unfortunately, Kelly is not here. She said something very important. It's easy for us to gather people in South Africa. Now the question is, how do we leverage on the gathering of people to have a waste conversation in those gatherings? What am I doing as Andile? Because we need to show those that are responsible, not tell them what to do. So those are just some of the things that I've taken as building forward from the comments that have been made here. And again, Ian, in South Africa, it's easy when you put up those stats than I do. So I will be quoting you in terms of the number of jobs that you are exporting. And I will be asking myself, what is different that we are not doing that you are doing? I'm just basically saying I'm grateful for the opportunity and thanks to everyone, because I've certainly built forward. I'm certainly going to do what within my responsibility. I'm going to rally IWASA members around this conversation, and we're going to maybe see what quick wins we could demonstrate. And I really thank you for your input in IP, because you've essentially asserted some of the ideas that I had, but I didn't want them to come from me. So a lot of you, I'll be quoting you in my board conversation, and please allow that for me, Chet. And whenever I find impatient people in the policymakers, I'll tell them, let me explain. I'm being empathetic, but I have a guy called Chet who is not. So you are better with me with Chet. So, and if you don't work with me, who's willing to understand that you don't have a conceptual understanding of the vision that is being tried to create, there's someone who doesn't have the patience to allow you to do that. Thanks, Thabang. Thank you.
Thank you, Andile. So I'm just going to read the comments from those that are tuned in, and there's also some questions as well, so we can all answer interchangeably, and please then integrate that with your closing remarks. We can go on and on regarding waste, indeed. So this is from Samantha. From birth to death, morning till night, paper is part of who we are and how we live out our lives. Love that statement, Edith. So you brought it home for Samantha there, Edith. Thank you. There was also another one, 50 million GBP is a lot of money here, Lane. So I think, and then they added lol. So I guess they found humor in that figure, Ian, the 15 million GBP. Yeah, so maybe you can, I don't know, extend on that. Yeah, and then Mark says, do the panelists think that the extended producer responsibility regulations for the packaging industry have made any difference to the volumes of waste going to landfill, or is it too soon to tell? What percentage of industry players have registered for the ERP scheme, or are some avoiding the process? I'll just repeat that question. It's quite packed. So do the panelists think that the extended producer responsibility regulations for the packaging industry have made any difference to the volumes of waste going to landfill, or is it too soon to tell? What percentage of industry players have registered for the ERP scheme, or are some avoiding this process? So please integrate your closing remarks with the answer. We'll start with Ian, and then we'll go to Telly, and then we will have Edith and Andile and so forth, and Chad. Okay.
Yeah. Quite a few things I'd probably like to cover. If I could, just picking up before I answer the questions. Just going back to Chad's point about local authorities investing in innovation and infrastructure. I mean, to be honest, well, in terms of waste and recycling, our local municipalities have not been investing, yes, in the collection, but not in real innovation. And that's really the shift that the circular economy has really brought, that we are actually managing a bridge out of the kind of waste department into the economic development department, into the kind of community and health departments of local authorities, and joining that up. I want to mention right at the beginning about the systems approach. It's really getting all of those people around the table. And we're very good at that as well, being a small country, and getting people around the table and turning that into action is still the challenge, but it's trying to understand. So that's the kind of breakthrough for us, is to get local authorities to actually invest in innovation, enterprise in the circular economy space at a local level. Now, obviously, our £50 million has been, helped at. We've come in and co-financed some of those projects, and that's not something that has been ingrained in our kind of performance around recycling or waste in the past. It's something that's probably much more in the last couple of years. I think the other thing, just good. Andile, great points. I really love the idea about uncomfortable, because I don't think our ministers, our government are comfortable with waste at all. They like recycling, they like the circular economy, they like the use of material, they get very excited. I think we all do. But waste is an uncomfortable conversation. So switching that narrative into, well, how can we do something much more impactful at a local level, really does get people's attention, both in terms of jobs and social cohesion. But the thing about our journey, what I say, is away from that kind of waste, that kind of linear pipe of moving materials out of communities and away, basically, whether that's to landfill or incineration, shifting that to more circular economy. The key thing, and I think everybody probably said it in their own way, probably better than I have, is this is about people. This isn't about big kit, big infrastructure. This is about people. And I think the one thing that we perhaps do forget is that we need to invest in these people. We need to empower people individually, communities and collectives, because people do want to be part of this, but we need to invest in it. And I think that's a great statement you made about, what can we show, not tell people. I think it's really my take home for this, and that's been a big thing about us. We've invested in communities. We've kind of net a zero waste town initiative, investing in communities, and the success for that for us has been not being prescriptive. So I think, I've been involved in this, arena for about 30 years. In the past, we have gone in and told people what to do, or we've come in with a model and said, this is how it works. Can we just fit it into your community? But I think what's really changed in the last couple of years is we've been going in and supporting, not being prescriptive, empowering and going with the community, what their priorities are, how they want to build, whether it's infrastructure or connections or networks or initiatives, and allowing that, and providing that support, whether it's financial, but more importantly, it's about expertise and training, and embedding those skills in the communities. And I think that's where we've had the biggest impact, and it's the bit that we've really tried most to focus on. While, as I call it, the industrialization of recycling is still, it's still out there. Big business wants to extract as much materials as possible, and that probably is the only question. The EPR question is specifically around South Africa, so I don't know too much about it. But careful what you wish for. So a lot of the EPR schemes that we have in the UK, a lot of the EPR schemes we have in the UK are very effective in terms of keeping material out of landfill. But they're run at industrial scale. They're basically sucking out the materials, out of our communities, out of Scotland. Some of the export numbers I gave, is because of EPR schemes are delivered at a very macro level, with lots of very big business, basically. And absolutely good for the environment, but they're not very good for the communities, because they reduce the accessibility of some of the commodities that these local communities are looking to access, both from a reducing consumption perspective in terms of reduced repair and going on about paper, but actually basically just the economic opportunity that these communities could have. So that's the key thing for the circular economy, is it's a distributive economy. Our waste economy is very much about it's still extracting resources out of our communities into big factory, into big productions, or into big landfill. But the circular economy is a distributive economy. It's about keeping material and assets in the community, and retaining the value again and again from both a social and an economic, and clearly from an environmental point of view, and reducing climate change. That's the secret. That's what really gets everybody excited about this. This is about enhancing the local community. Now, whether that's in city communities, urban communities, or on the Highlands of Scotland, or on some of our islands, where these opportunities are very scarce. So taking away the opportunity from people, sucking that material out and taking it off somewhere else is really, it is, particularly for our rural communities, is another way of, encouraging, well, not encouraging, but disincentivizing people to stay in those communities. And so we see a lot of people leaving the island communities, because there isn't jobs, there isn't economic opportunity for them. So that's absolutely shifting to a more circular approach, but using that language rather than the waste language, because I don't think ministers, certainly even in our government, get too excited about waste management, because it's who likes the concept of waste? We don't like the concept. We don't waste. We don't like to waste time. We don't like to waste talent. We don't like to waste opportunities. None of us like to waste. So why would we ever get excited about waste?
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Ian. Oh, is that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Oh, great. You have these random pauses, so I don't know if it's a break or thank you so much.
Inviting me along, and that's been really great. I've really enjoyed listening to the other panelists. I've made loads of notes.
Thank you. Sure. Just to bring clarity on what Samantha mentioned. So the 15 million pounds that you mentioned, she was saying in the context of the 300 million rands, it's quite a lot. The investment figure is quite huge. So she just provided clarity. Thank you, Samantha.
And that 15 million, that is our money. That is levered. There's leverage on that. Is another 60 million has come in for the private sector.
Let's not even convert
that's investment that we've invested in something like 250 businesses.
No, that can pay for our entire education system and buy our economy. So that's just another discussion altogether. Thank you so much, Ian. Can we have Edith just with closing remarks?
This has been quite useful. Is EPR diverting waste from landfill? Yes, it is. It would be great if our municipal landfills had weighbridges that worked so that we could know how much the percentage was that we are diverting. So I think from an infrastructure point of view, the municipalities themselves have a lot of work to do. Is it new? Yes, it is. Do we still have a lot of work to do? Absolutely. And I think that we sit in a position where we have high rates of unemployment. We have young people who need to be encouraged to look at careers that may not be as sexy as being an influencer on Instagram.
Sure.
And perhaps a paper mill and the paper recycling industry may not look attractive, but it is sustainable and paper is renewable. And, and I think that bringing the conversation back to the ordinary citizen to say what's in it for them is going to be ongoing. It's something that we need to concentrate on, bring a lot of energy to. There's a lot of awareness and dispelling some myths that do exist as well in South Africa, and also bringing a better understanding of the circular economy and what it means for all of us. We don't have an option but to actually do something about it. And I love the comment that you made, Tilly, that what are we going to do about it, and who's going to do the work, and where does the responsibility lie? I often look at the man in the mirror and I say that it begins with me and it begins with you. You know, we have a responsibility to leave this earth a better place than we found it, okay? Someone would say we didn't start the fire, we found it burning, but I think that we have a responsibility to make sure that we do leave something for future generations. And from an EPR point of view, like I say, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. I think that the commitment is there. When we engage with our members, it is not an engagement of trying to convince them to do the right thing. I think that the commitment is there from industry to want to do the right thing, to make sure that the investment does go to the right places. So that is encouraging. And I think that from a Fiber Circle point of view, we are encouraged every day when we engage with our members and we engage with members of the community and reclaimer organizations. We see that the willingness, the commitment is there. All we need to do is ignite the investment that needs to happen from an infrastructure point of view, from an education and awareness point of view. And that's the type of things that we will be concentrating on in the next 5 years.
Sure. Thank you very much. Please reiterate the quote that you said. We might not have caused the fire, but we have the responsibility to.
We have a responsibility to switch that fire off.
I'm stealing that, but I'm definitely going to quote you. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Robertson.
Thanks, Along. Yeah, just on the EPR question, I think from my lens as working in the collection space and on the ground, we've slowly seen impact happening. We haven't really felt the investment just yet to build the infrastructure, but we do see the changes happening. It is something that's obviously going to take some time. And so, yeah, we're positive about the future and the extra investment that will be going into the collection of the material. And then just to end off, I just want to say thank you to all the panelists for all the insights. Yeah, it's so many views and lenses we have to be aware of when we're talking about this topic. But I guess at the end of the day, the most important thing is that, you know, we can know this notion of zero waste, but if it's not accessible to the majority of the people, it's not going to be as impactful as it could be if everyone has access to it. So I think, you know, as advocates for this vision, we all have our role to play to bring this to the majority of the people, because that's the only way we're going to make impact. And I'll just end off by saying, let's not get comfortable. Let's be very serious and hold people accountable. And each of us are accountable. You know, we all have a role to play in this movement. And whether it's a small part, a big part, it's it's something at the end of the day. And don't think that by just taking a water bottle with you each day, you're not making a big impact. That is a big impact. Someone else sees that impact, and you become an influencer, without actually knowing it, by doing your daily things. And yeah, I think we just have to hold us accountable. That's the only way we're going to move forward as a society, as a country. We have to hold our retailers accountable. When we see fruit being packaged in single-use wrappers, one apple, for example, you speak to them and you let them know why it's bad. It is uncomfortable, but we have to make people understand the severity of this topic. And yeah, I just want to again thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to perhaps potentially meeting some of the other panelists in our combined mission in the future.
Thank you so much, Chad. Yeah, that was so empathetic. You empathized a bit with Andile there. Thank you so much. Andile, maybe you can come in there and then we'll close up with Telly.
Yes, and thank you for actually, you almost tied it so nicely. That I think I've achieved what I wanted to achieve. That, the conversation is uncomfortable, but we must understand that people don't like uncomfortable conversation. So what basically have moved us is as my contribution to say, I don't want to be the only one who goes out there and say to the relevant parties, I would like to have an uncomfortable conversation with you. And then when they say, what is it about? And then I start telling them about the net zero waste vision and recycling. So I'm just saying, Chad, I from a design thinking point of view, I wanted to move the audience that felt the discussion was comfortable to a place where we all understand it is an uncomfortable position for a discussion. And I'm saying, let's say that upfront from an empathy point of view. And again, I think from a boardroom conversation, I think we are saying the same thing. We understand this model of net zero waste division. We understand it so well. All we need to do is to take it outside the boardroom and see how we can then show with small wins. And that's where we can collaborate on small wins to show everybody, to increase the size of the population of the people that have been involved in. And Ian, I just want to just say to you, I'm a non-executive chairperson of IWASA, which is one of the EPR schemes. And in terms of even the question, I think, I'm still caught on when you say, be careful what you wish for. And I just want to thank you for that contribution because, regulations are regulations. They might not have, there's what we call unintended consequences. But if you've got the people that are tuned into the right heart, despite the policy framework, they will always come up with other interventions to make sure that the visions are achieved. I'm a very proponent of strategy by value. And I always say between policy and reality, that's where you put strategy, which is the thinking, articulating the vision and living the vision. And not forgetting that this ultimately it is about people. And when you talk about the fire, it is, of course, the people are going to feel the heat. And we just need to be the people that are trying to reduce the amount of heat that people are going to experience on the fire that we did not create. And I just want to thank the panelists for at least building me forward on some of the concepts. And I will never plagiarize because it just helped me articulate some of the narratives. And again, I say it again, I'll be quoting you. It's not me. I'll be saying Edith, Chad, and Ian and Julie, and you as well as just facilitating Tabang. You ask the question. And that's for me how we take the conversation outside. It's not going to be about Andile. It's going to be what you ask. So I'm going to go back to those communities in those gatherings that we can easily make in terms of our plan and ask the questions that you've asked and then share with the broader community and public what the panelists contributed to those questions. And that just for me, it could just be my contribution in helping the bigger population and buy in, I think that's the word, into the net zero vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andile. Please do let us know how we can contribute to that initiative. I think a lot of people need to know about it. Telly.
Thank you, Thabang, and thank you once again to this amazing panel. I've got so many sound bites floating around in my head, and so I'm going to try very hard not to repeat anything that anyone else has said, and hopefully nothing that I've said either. But I just want to, and Chad will, presented a very sobering moment for me. Let's remember that we're having this conversation within the context that we're in a climate crisis. And I think I want to remind that we're having this conversation within a context that we are in Sustainability Week. So by association, we are trying to reach the last mile in terms of the SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals, only 8 years left. And I don't know measurably if and how far we are. But Edith said something about municipal weighbridges. And it just reminded me that, this microcosm or this multiverse, in fact, of sustainability has so many touch points and pain points and weak points. And a team is only as strong as its weakest link. And unfortunately, we have very many weak links. And so I feel, Thabang, that our realities, which present as our problems, need to be our solutions. And to do that, we need to partner. And I feel like this panel, these speakers here on this panel, we need to partner. We need to have this conversation together when we leave this room.
Can I facilitate the conversation now?
Yeah, I think you're enjoying it. But quick points that I think we need to talk about is that our reality is that we're sitting continentally, we have a huge infrastructure deficit. I think way over 100 billion on the continent. In South Africa, I think our infrastructure deficit is about 48 billion or something like that. Now, I'm not quite sure of the figures, so I'm not going to quote them. The waste treatment or waste management sector, I think, contributes, and I also stand to be corrected, between 4 and 7% in terms of emissions, GHG emissions from your fugitive gases from landfill. And I'm not talking about the entire value chain, but specifically, I think, in terms of landfill. So what might appear to be a really small contribution to emissions has so many downstream opportunities for us to start dealing with our energy crisis, which is a huge problem. With our water crisis, for example, a lot of industrial processes are still using fresh water. How do we use wastewater? So how do we open up this waste discussion to include other resources instead of just your solid waste? We have local governments, by and large, who go without spending their full capital grants. So the entirety of their capital grants is not expended to its fullest. That is opportunity. How do we influence the policy architecture to unlock opportunities for that money to be tracked away from returning to the treasuries, but to be repurposed to unlock waste value chains? So the policy discourse becomes quite important in the role we play. Goal 17 of the SDGs for me is critical in the sense that it might sound like just rhetoric, just sounds like words. We need to partner for the SDGs, we need to partner for circular economies and so on. But in reality, we sit here in this panel, we're sharing ideas, and we're becoming more empathetic to each other's industry challenges. However, we also need to not be complacent. And we need to be able to gather together and form a lobby group that says, why is local government not expending all of its capital grants when we're sitting with an energy crisis, with a waste crisis, a climate crisis? How do we agitate with government? How do we agitate with local government? But also, how do we enable and build them and share this knowledge that is sitting in this room with them, so that we build a coalition of the knowing, a coalition of the able, and a coalition of the willing. I think those are important things so we reach critical mass, Chad. We've got so many Chads out there doing great things. Do we have critical mass? And we need to be able to put our heads together around that. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we can go on for days, but we've reached the end of the conversation. Thank you so much for your contributions and also just for shedding light in your respective organizations. I really wish you the best, and I do hope that there will be a collaboration amongst all of us. I'm adding myself in there as well to facilitate the collab. So thank you so much for your time and all of the best. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Ciao.
Thanks, guys. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Cabinet of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa supports Sub-Saharan African cities to tackle the interconnected challenges of climate change and access to sustainable energy. Started in 2015, COMSNET is the African regional chapter of the Global Covenant of Mayors. With more than 9,000 members, the Global Covenant of Mayors is the largest network of cities driving urban climate action. COMSA currently has more than 200 signatory cities in over 35 French, Portuguese and English countries across the sub-Saharan African region.
L'Afrique doit prendre des mesures urgentes afin de s'adapter aux impacts du changement climatique et, étant donné que le continent connaît une urbanisation rapide, contribuer à l'objectif global de maintenir le réchauffement climatique en dessous d'1,5 degré Celsius. Si cet objectif n'est pas atteint, la menace de sécheresse et d'inondation, le nombre de personnes en situation d'extrême pauvreté et le risque de conflits violents augmenteront considérablement.
A ciência mostra que as cidades africanas são particularmente vulneráveis às alterações climáticas. A população urbana na África deve crescer até 1,26 bilhões em 2050. Por isso, os governos locais precisam fornecer futuro sustentável para todos os cidadãos. Isso pode ser feito por meio de projetos que aumentam a resiliência, que impulsionam desenvolvimento de baixas emissões e que asseguram acesso à energia sustentável, econômica e segura para todos.
COMSA has 3 action pillars. The first one is the development of sustainable energy access and climate action plans. The second one is low carbon urban infrastructure project support, and the third one is strengthening local and regional partnerships.
La Convention des maires en Afrique subsaharienne offre un soutien et un renforcement de capacités sur mesure aux villes africaines pour l'élaboration de leur plan d'action climat. Des experts techniques apportent leur soutien aux acteurs locaux dans les domaines de l'adaptation, l'atténuation et l'accès à l'énergie, ainsi que le reporting et la validation des plans d'action climat.
COMSA works with cities to implement innovative climate and energy projects. Cities have access to experts that can provide guidance to make these projects financially, economically, and technically feasible. There is also potential to help cities with background studies prepare projects.
O Pacto de Autarcas para a África Subsaariana é uma rede de mais de 200 cidades africanas. Aproveita a rede internacional do Pacto Mundial de Autarcas de mais de 9.000 cidades e regiões para facilitar parcerias entre as cidades e regiões por meio de eventos e troca de experiências.
There are a number of tools that the COMSA partners have produced for use by signatory cities. In particular, we have responded to the call from our cities for assistance in accessing climate change finance by producing two important publications. One maps climate finance opportunities on the continent, and another showcases 10 case studies of how finance has been mobilized for climate change action in Africa. ICLEI Africa is very grateful to be part of this important initiative, Covenant of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa. The European Commission must be applauded for funding an initiative such as this, which places the needs of African stakeholders so centrally to its operations. A particular strength of this initiative has been the partners that have driven it forward.
Eu acho que é uma iniciativa boa, que vai permitir com que trabalhemos de forma organizada e coordenada para os aspectos climáticos e para que tenhamos um planeta melhor e retiremos tudo o que foi cometido como erro no passado e melhoramos o presente e criar condições para o futuro.
Covenant of Mayors for Sub-Saharan Africa is one of the most important initiatives that the African cities have taken to address climate change issues. They need to access funds so that plans are translated into investment and that a new behavior, a low carbon development pathway. The most credible lesson that we are learning from the COMSA is the fact that most of the cities are realizing now that despite the fact that they didn't participate so much in global warming, they are equally hit by this catastrophe when it happened, and that they should be part of the solution.
Pour nous, c'est très important d'avoir les maires engagés pour ces politiques-là, mais c'est important de dire aussi que ce n'est pas un frein au développement, mais c'est plutôt l'imagination d'un développement plus harmonieux avec la nature et qui permettent de répondre à la fois aux questions sociales, à l'inégalité qui existe dans les territoires, à la possibilité pour l'ensemble de la population de bénéficier d'un développement qui répondent à ces besoins. Nous pensons aussi par exemple aux femmes qui subissent sans doute plus que d'autres populations les effets du changement climatique dans bien des régions d'Afrique et c'est pourquoi nous travaillons aussi avec le réseau des femmes élues africaines pour trouver des solutions adaptées dans les politiques locales. C'est aussi un mouvement qui doit s'approprier la politique africaine pour le développement, la politique africaine pour le climat, en lien avec l'Union africaine, avec les grands organismes internationaux, avec l'Union européenne, qui est le principal financeur du mouvement, et qui doit aussi revoir ses modalités d'application de sa politique de coopération pour servir les villes, pour servir les citoyens, pour servir les Africains.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning into the Sustainability Summit 2022. I hope you've been adding your comments and your questions on our social media platforms. That is hashtag SUSWeek 2022. Thank you so much also for engaging on our online platform and our online chat. We are receiving the comments. You keep it alive, you keep it going. Still on sustainability, we are now talking about sustainable transport and mobility. Joining me on this panel discussion, we have our esteemed guests, Mr. Heaton Palmer, Executive and Thought Leader at Yilio Electric Mobility Program. We have Mr. Vishal Luchman, who's Managing Director at Transport Zutari. We also have Mr. Gavin Kelly, CEO for Road Freight Association. We have Mr. Winston Jordan, MD for Grid Cars. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for joining us. Perhaps we can start with you, Mr. Kelly, and then we'll go to Mr. Jordan, and yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you're all enjoying the wonderful load shedding like we are here. So there's a little delay. Try and push messages between towers with a long stick these days.
Sure.
As Freight Association is the largest representative of road freight. Some people call them hauliers, but road freight companies or operators in the country. And one of the things that we have discussed in great detail over the last couple of years, but is becoming more and more of an issue, is the type of energy that will drive the various vehicles and the various operations within road freight logistics. So looking forward to some interesting debate. Right now as we speak, we've got a whole team that's in Germany looking at hydrogen. They're not in the Ukraine, by the way. I think that's the second part of it. Anyway, nice chatting to you the rest of the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you. I think anybody looking at hydrogen in Ukraine probably isn't looking at it for transport, maybe for something a little bit more explosive. But yeah, so I'm Winston Jordan. I'm the CEO of Grid Cars. We focus our efforts mostly into the development of electric vehicle charging infrastructure and the support of that infrastructure. So looking at what sits behind it in terms of the energy. So certainly trying to move as much as possible towards renewables. And I think the main objective for me is the future of transport, without any doubt, lies within electric. There may well be transitional technology that we see, between now and the next 5 years as the batteries catch up to some level. We may see the uses of gases and hydrogens and all of these other ideas. But the long game for me is absolutely electric. And that's what we have focused as Grid Cars, is how do we address that long game? And I think that's where all of the different industries will move to eventually.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. We look forward to engaging further, especially with our energy crisis in Africa as well. So thank you for that. Can we have Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, Tabang, and good morning to you all. As introduced, I'm Heaton Palmer, Director of the Yilio Electric Mobility Program. We've been active for the last 9 years in South Africa and internationally on enabling the ecosystem around electric mobility. Important to note, in every market and every region, it's not just about the mobility platform, it's really an ecosystem approach from government's role in policies, regulations, and standards, but key around the value chain of the development of the market, from infrastructure to mobility, roads, skills development, as well as end-of-life management. So we've been enabling this ecosystem in South Africa and look forward to the conversations in a very topical theme today and event as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Palmer. Can we have Mr. Luchman?
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to be on your panel. I look after the transport business at Zutari. Zutari is currently, and this year will be 90 years old. We're a professional services consultancy firm. I look after one of the 6 verticals, which is the transport business. And I look forward to contributing meaningfully to this discussion today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Maybe we can just, kickstart with the general question. When we talk about sustainable transport and mobility, what do we mean? And maybe we can start with Mr. Jordan. Give us the context of what we are talking about today.
Sure. I think, again, I'm probably a little bit biased. I would say it absolutely means it's electric. And a big part of that would also mean that the energy sources are sustainable. So certainly that the transition is sustainable. So it's, I don't think we want to be talking about technology where we're going to switch to technology 3 years later, we're going to switch to something else. We've got to be looking at something that is sustainable now and it can take us forward, because this is going to cause, as Hiten hinted or stated very clearly, it's going to make a really big change to this ecosystem. And if we're going to have to make a change again, I think because we picked the wrong technology, that to me is the critical part. So a big part of the sustainability is really understanding clearly what the future is, and secondly, making sure that everything that goes into that is recyclable, is renewable, is following all climate mitigation strategies that we look at.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly, can you come in there as well?
Sure. I think not only do I have load shedding, I think I have the local Air Force here practicing for an air show. So that's not thunder. Yeah, what is sustainability? So when I started, I spoke about one part which had to do with energy. But in terms of road freight, in terms of the whole logistics chain, what we look at is a whole series of parts or key links in this logistics chain. So we look at the ports, the way in which they operate, the way in which they compete with the rest of the world, and how we sustain our trade moving into South Africa and through South Africa. South Africa has been, up to now, a reasonably important part in terms of getting freight into the greater continent. And when we have the African Free Trade Agreement, that's going to place a huge amount of pressure on us. So it's all about clearing systems and SARS, et cetera, et cetera. Rail needs to play its role. We have let ourselves down as a country in terms of what rail needs to do. Very best should be playing in are collapsing. We've got one or two good stories, but where it really needs to be functioning, it seems to be going wrong, and we need to understand why it's like that. Our roads, at the moment, we are riding on roads that were built many, many years ago. More than 80% of the roads in South Africa were built before the 70s. They weren't built for the types of volumes of vehicles moving on them, never mind the masses of the volumes. We've got to look after those. Energy, I spoke about very briefly in terms of how we're going to sustain and keep ourselves going. Workforce, there are huge changes coming in the workforce. How we used to employ people and what people used to do, and the whole advent of AI, artificial intelligence, which my wife says but anyway, AI, or whether it's OIR or whatever the case may be, is going to have a huge effect on sustainability of the citizenry. We've got to look at logistics, the way in which logistics are moved around the country. What's happened in the Ukraine, what COVID did, has made huge changes in terms of the way goods flow around the country. And then finally, the hidden little piece, which is packaging, and the way in which consumers these days consume their goods and get their goods. So all of those things are going to link it. Is one of those things.
Yeah, you touched on a very critical thing, packaging, which is interchangeable with food security. Yesterday we were discussing how quality of a product is actually diminished because of how it's transported and how it is packaged. So thank you for touching on that. I look forward to exploring that further. Can we have Mr. Palmer? What is sustainable transportation and mobility?
Yeah, so I think, on the sustainability agenda, it's not just about the mobility platform. I think, the whole market, globally, we're experiencing a technology revolution. Energy is changing, mobility is changing, but also consumer behavior. So, when we look at the technology side, electric is certainly one of the leading solutions around that. But the whole transport dynamic, it's what's framed across three pillars: avoid, shift, and improve. Because all of that needs to change. Consumer behavior needs to change in terms of that. But until, on the sustainability agenda, that's really what's improving it. If we look at, traditional technologies of petrol and diesel, that technology is being wasteful in terms of that from a sustainability perspective. You're looking at the efficiencies of battery electric, certainly well advanced in terms of that, and the efficiency in terms of that. You're looking at the maturity of technologies in the energy sector, the value chain efficiencies from generation of electricity to power electric mobility is just a no-brainer from that perspective. And in the circular economy, we're looking at maturity of technologies in the recycling economy, where you're seeing recovery of metals that are feeding back into the supply chain. So really, sustainability's really come at the forefront, not only in technologies, but even in consumer choices. So I think, sustainability is a key topic in everything. You're looking at ESG, financing mechanisms. It's really a thematic area that speaks to everything. And when you're looking at what technology is providing, you've got a solution in every market in terms of that. So it's really a topical point. And when we look at transportation, there is a key role that it plays, not only moving people, but goods as well. And like Gavin also alluded to, there's key developments on that front, rail, road, marine, and aviation as well. Moving into electric in terms of that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lushman, can you come in here? I have a show.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, hi.
Awesome.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to discuss this sustainability a little bit more at a system level. When we talk about, you spoke about what do I think sustainability in transport means. And I'm tended to be drawn towards the SDGs, for example, that have been in place for a while now. But I think more than just using an academic approach towards implementing or talking about SDGs is the adaptation of SDGs for the South African context. And I think there's nuances across the continent as well. What comes to mind is on demand. Now, that on demand is a concept that is playing out in the freight space as well as in the public space. And it has an element of time attached to that. So on-demand freight logistics is really driven by the e-commerce and the on-demand and buying online and things like that are driving that conversation. And the integration of various transport opportunities or options within densely populated areas also leaves room for a discussion on how we integrate and provide a one-stop solution using the opportunities available to us. So when it comes to sustainability, there's two broad areas, and I kept it to the land discussion, not the water discussion, around freight and public. And as it pertains to, maybe if I get a little bit more granular, sustainability within the South African context, and I could use maybe three concepts to describe that, and I'll start with one of them now. One is leadership, okay? The leadership conversation around sustainability within the country. I think there is not enough happening along those lines. Leadership does create the enabling environment, motivates for the regulatory regime to change, structural reforms to happen. And I think there's not enough happening in that regard. There might be a bit of talk around it, but not enough happening. There's also the adoption of a sustainability ideology or methodology in incorporating the local nuances. In other words, when we talk about sustainability, I heard my colleagues talk about technology, talk about power. Now, these are, in my mind, enabling societies to connect with each other. They enable economic growth to happen. But again, that's a gap for us in that sense. Yes. The last concept is the concept of time. Now, sustainability, in my mind, has a time concept to it. In other words, we cannot wait forever to get around to doing things. I feel that in the South African context, we have developed a maturity almost to wait. And that, in my mind, poses another risk to us because the evolution of technology in the sustainability discussion is not waiting for anyone. So that would be the last concept. And how do we work with the concept of time to progress our sustainability initiatives so that we make material connections with our socioeconomic issues and the growth and the development that is required in that space? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kelly, maybe you can come in here. Are we ready for the evolution that Mr. Lushman is talking about, the evolution in the transportation sector, particularly where AI and 4IR are concerned? Are we ready as a continent for some of those pursuits?
I don't think you're ever ready for evolution. Evolution isn't something that you can see in the distance. You can see trends, but evolution happens around you. So one of the most important things about Africa, and I think the rest of the world is quite jealous about us, and you see it in South Africa as well, with our myriad of challenges. And I think that's the important thing, and that's what everyone in the panel this morning has said so far. I haven't heard anyone talk about problems. I've heard about challenges. I've heard about changes. I've heard about how things develop or evolve. So we're all willing to evolve. That's the important thing. Well, I'm making the presumption everyone is willing to evolve.
Sure.
There are of us who resist change or we resist evolving, and it's driven by a number of things. One of the most simple things is going to be whether I can afford. So I'll hang on to the technology I have or the systems that I have because I have vested in these in a huge way, whether it's either been financially or it's been from a resource of an infrastructure way. And some of those are very, very, very visible to us. The way in which the railways works, the way in which the railways develop, or the way in which the railways didn't develop. So there was a lot of development into almost the beginning of the 80s. I think the last large railway construction development was Ghana Shishan lines and the Richards Bay lines. There wasn't any thought, and this is not a political discussion. What I'm trying to understanding of is that evolution, we evolve with it. So now we look at what's happening in power space. Talking on too long, please, more than welcome to stop me. Yesterday we had a discussion around the nuances between electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles. There are those companies who are already pushing electric vehicles in as what's the right term, as first sort of level, you call them 1G type vehicles. They're brand new, there are lots of problems with them, but for those who will start evolving the minute they see something different, and there will always be those who are going to hang on to tried and trusted ways until all of their little questions and insecurities about the product are proven absolutely unfounded. So, for example, one of the things with electricity, and I'm not here to punt either electricity or hydrogen or anything, one of the things with electricity that over the last 3 years, you've seen massive changes in has been the weight of the batteries. Because obviously on a truck, you want to put cargo, and if your batteries weigh more than your cargo, then I may as well just keep driving a diesel vehicle. So you see this development happening. So evolution, I think, I would, on behalf of all South Africans, whether I'm mandated or not, I would say we're all chomping at the bit to evolve in the affordability, the accessibility, in other words, how easily can you get this? And then, of course, whether this is really going to be sustainable in terms of maintenance and doing the job. So yes, we are ready to evolve.
100%. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Kelly. Perhaps Mr. Jordan and Mr. Palmer, you can answer this interchangeably because you are in the electric vehicle making space. How do I put this? Do we have capacity to go completely on electric cars? Like, obviously, because now, petrol and diesel and battery motor vehicles are being phased out and they're phasing in electric vehicles. Do we have the capacity for that? And maybe, Mr. Jordan, you can manufacturing space, you look at the charging and accessibility. So are we ready for electric vehicles?
We can't afford not to be ready.
Sure.
That's the first thing. And I think this is something, for me is sort of a theme of how we do business as well. And that is that we have to solve the problems we've got without any doubt. And the problems that bringing electric is not going to make these problems all. If you look, for example, if we could make all road transport electric overnight, we would need to produce about 12 to 15% more power. So it's not like we've got 10 times more power, and that wouldn't happen overnight. It could happen over a 10 or 20-year period. So we have a lot of time to adjust to that. So it doesn't mean we don't have issues, and we've got to deal with those issues. The challenge is going to be cleaning that thing, making sure that it is a environmentally aligned energy that we're working with or that we're using. Said, even if we're using dirty coal-burning fuel, we're still 3 times cleaner than a typical diesel engine would be in terms of. So from that perspective, electric is still by far more sustainable, even if we don't get the value chain clean. But we do need to clean the value chain. We do need to fix our issues that we're having with electricity. We do need to look at redesigning some of our endpoints. And it's the because the thing that chargers need is they need lots of power at one place. So it's not as much about the energy and much more about the power. So look at that, because that is going to put some extra strain if we don't get involved in designing that now. So we're not in major problems with that sort of thing today, but 3 or 4 years from now, we're going to hit problems if we haven't started to think now about how those design changes have to happen and how we should look at that. So I think that's all part of this. But maybe one of the most important parts for me is that you can make your own energy in your own property. So various big logistics companies, and we're looking at 5 and 10 year strategy models for them. And they're really taking control of that energy production side. So they're putting in huge solar plants, or they're planning to, and that will mean that they're controlling their own energy. And when you control your own energy, you're not exposed to fluctuations in the rand, fluctuations in fuel prices. It gives you a lot more stability in your business models, a lot more predictability in how you're approaching things. So my absolute opinion, I'll end with what I started with, and that is we cannot afford not. And I think, you know, the last part of that is a lot of the newer technologies. We speak about hydrogen. I think hydrogen is great technology. We're going to see some really interesting products coming through that. But hydrogen itself is not by any means the solution to transport.
No.
Hydrogen, no, what I mean is that hydrogen, there's no such thing as a hydrogen vehicle. They're all hydrogen battery hybrids. So they still have batteries inside of them, because you can't deliver the power with hydrogen. You can only deliver the energy. So what we're seeing is that even the successful hydrogen vehicles are by far battery electric vehicles. Hydrogen is just used to give range. So they're actually battery electric vehicles that they're driving. And I think we're going to see a lot of those hybrid technologies over the next sort of 5 years.
So Palmer, maybe you can come in here, and Mr. Luchman as well. Palmer, we can start with you. What can you add from what Mr. Jordan has shared?
Yeah, so I think, you know, on the transition into electric mobility, especially in the South African and African case, and just South African case, the load shedding and energy crisis is an unavoidable topic. But if we take a step back, we look at, you know, over the many years that we've started, you know, we've experienced load shedding. What has it actually done in South Africa? Yes, it's disrupted businesses, disrupted home, you know, your home environment as well. But if we look at it, there's been an explosion of the renewable energy market in South Africa. In 2021, South Africa ranked top 10 in the global energy storage market for residential storage applications. And this just showed that what happened. So out of the crisis that we're facing, it actually strengthened the grid in home environments, business environments, as Winston also alluded to. Not also forgetting that the price of solar and batteries have radically come down. So now there's a strong business case for every homeowner and every business operator in fleets to install solar if they haven't already, and then transition to, you know, to electric mobility onto that. It's certainly a no-brainer case from that perspective. Your total operating costs also extend from that perspective as well. I think, you know, the crisis we're facing is certainly relative and always, you know, retrospect when we have that conversation about electric mobility. But if you chat to any EV driver now and you ask them, is load shedding a problem? The answer is no. What's the challenge? Because you can schedule your charging in your home system, in your vehicle, and your broader energy management system. And that's really where it is. And there's so much activity happening in grid strengthening in remote areas, national levels, municipality, as well as utility. So it's a short-term problem.
Can you add on those sentiments?
I think I can add on, but in a different context. Again, keeping it a little bit at a macro level. You know, my comment is that we've mentioned the word transition and transformation, you know, quite extensively, especially and coupled with the technology advancement as well. So, putting on a different, you know, hat, I'm looking at who are we leaving behind in this discussion, because I come to the conclusion that much of this technology is really playing in one part of the economy, and I go back to an opportunity perhaps missed or in need of discussion with regard to how do we bridge into the inequality discussion that we are currently having? How do we create opportunity in this transition process towards empowering and educating and transforming society overall to become more sustainable? Because in my opinion, we need sustainable communities, sustainable societies, systems and methodologies that work to enable a sustainable transport system. Because if we have that to be unsustainable, we are going to find huge frustration that the solutions do not fit all of us. It may only fit a few of us because we might be able to afford it, whilst others cannot. So I think, in my mind, there's a certain element of the discussion or group that is left behind in the sustainability discussion. And that is why I say an overarching sustainability framework is required. And what's currently in our books or in our documents or in our methodologies is not sufficient and not well integrated to have this discussion, because it inevitably ends up being a granular discussion, because it becomes opportunistic, because there's no strategy linked to it. So what's going to happen is, sitting in a derivative market like South Africa, all we're going to do is buy technology that is provided by others. And that is where the opportunities must, because we could change the rhetoric and use SDG 11 coupled with sustainable communities, coupled with technology, woven into one to provide solutions for ourselves by ourselves. And that will now bring in the concept of educating society, quality of the technology, developing infrastructure for ourselves, by ourselves, which helps us to become a more sustainable community and then appreciate sustainable transport much better and maybe more holistically. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that. Do you think, just on the note of transition, maybe Mr. Kelly, you can come in here. How does this transition better address issues around the global CO2 emissions that we know the transportation industry is quite responsible for?
Well, the jury's out on that one in some respects. If you're going to reduce the amount of fossil fuel combustion, which has a large amount of CO2 emission into it or from it, then obviously the less fuel you burn, the less CO2 emissions they're going to be, and so that carbon footprint looks a lot better. But that isn't the only part where carbon footprint is in terms of transportation. If we're talking about sustainability in the greater sphere, and remember, I'm in transport, so I'm going to walk out a thin piece of ice right here now, so please don't shoot me right away. There are lots of other things that impact us in the transport industry that have a carbon footprint. So packaging is one of them, and that's why I raised that in terms of sustainability and some of the things we're looking at. So, for example, the way in which we package our products and the way in which they are displayed has a huge CO2 footprint as well. So when we start looking at changing or wanting to affect a CO2 footprint, it requires really three things that one needs to look at. And I think Vishal raised it in his last comment. So the first thing is, how much fossil fuel do we use? And there's always this discussion, can we drop fossil fuel tomorrow? And what would then be the replacement thereto? And are we going to end up with some other byproduct which is maybe worse than carbon emissions? And please, I'm not a proponent for carbon emissions. I'm just saying, so, when we make these moves, and I think even Winston maybe said it earlier on, we've got to think about how we move and where we move and what we move to. But more importantly, we need to actually wean ourselves. This can't be this huge just axe that falls. So what we definitely do in the transport industry is those companies that are coming in, those small companies, and those are the guys that actually struggle with that first hurdle. It's the economic, daunting mountain of buying cleaner energy, okay? Because a vehicle is far more expensive than, in this case, many of them start a second-hand diesel vehicle that's really done a couple of 100,000 Ks. So how do we get them? How do we get those entrants into the market and that level of the market to not only look at what their vehicle puts out, but what the rest of their operations put out in terms of a carbon footprint. And how do they change that behavior? I do not pretend to be a carbon footprint specialist, please. And then the final is always going to be, what did we have before coal? What did that do? What footprint did that do? So now we've got coal. Our next levels of whatever energy we're going to put in, we need to make sure, and this is the important thing, is that it is sustainable. And I think Winston pointed towards that. So hydrogen right now seems to be the answer. And well, in freight, it's an answer in terms of one of the challenges, which is batteries. I'm not saying it's the route we're going and only going, but what's the byproduct? And what is the waste? And how are we going to deal with that? I'm going to...
Oh, is that way? I thought you were going to go on maybe. Okay.
Let's let the other speak a bit.
Okay, cool. Mr. Jordan, maybe you can come in here. You know, you mentioned the importance of also, you know, shifting the value chain and changing the value chain. So what elements have you identified that need to be changed in this value chain? And how can we ensure that environmental alignment that you spoke about?
Sure. I think I'm going to sound like I keep repeating myself. We've got to move to solar. We've got to move to renewable sources. That is that value chain. And I mean, maybe just to pick up on what Gavin was saying, you know, as I said earlier, I think hydrogen is sort of one of the energy sources that we may well be using or use part of or use partially. The thing is, the hydrogen actually is not an energy source. It's a storage mechanism. So you still need energy to make hydrogen. So you just go and, you know, I always say it'd be great if we could don't mine hydrogen on the sun, because that's where you can get lots of it. So we can go and scoop it up in bucket loads. But that's not practical. So right here on Earth, we have to manufacture hydrogen, and we manufacture it using electricity. So again, you need to have clean electricity that's manufacturing hydrogen. Otherwise, you've completely destroyed the intent of that value chain. You've got something that's clean made with something that's really dirty. You've got to build all of these correct value chains through. And it all does start with energy. And at the end of the day, the cleanest energies we're going to get today, and I'm sure you can throw another one or two in here, but it's probably going to be solar, it's going to be hydro, it's going to be geothermal, it's going to be wind, you know, and maybe wave or something like that. And we've got to drive those technologies. We've got to drive research around those technologies to ensure that them and leverage them where possible in this country. And I think if we get that baseline right, that the energy is sorted, and it's going to help with the problems we're experiencing with Eskom, because we'll be able to put more load into the network or more energy into the network. It's going to help because it'll be built at certain sources. You know, we talk more and more to people who want to put solar and battery technology to support a charging station so that they're not dependent on the network. So we're going to see a lot of that distribution as well. And I think that will really help.
Mr. Palmer, maybe you can come in here. Vishal mentioned, I think, a critical point earlier on that deserves to be explored around sustainability. We need to look at the sustainability of transportation at a system level. What are your thoughts on this, and what do you envisage the system to be?
Yeah, thanks. So I think just to also add in to what Gavin mentioned, and also extend on Winston's comments as well. In the sustainability agenda and where we stand today, emissions, you know, from transport emissions, it's about, in South Africa, is about 10.8% to national emissions soon after the electricity sector. Road transport contributes 91.2% to that component. But if we unpack that further, our bigger emission problem in transport is our fuel quality. We are still at Euro 2 fuel quality, where the world internationally has moved on to Euro 5 and Euro 6. And now we have the new legislation of Euro 7, to which petrol and diesel technology can't even meet that. So this is where we have to electrify. An interesting study done in South Africa. If we have to move from Euro 2 to Euro 6 fuel quality, it'll only provide a 12% saving on emissions. If we use electric vehicles and charge through our current Eskom coal-intensive grid, it provides 34% saving on emissions. If we charge through renewables, it'll provide 67%. So already that's, some of the dynamics in terms of that. Then coming it back to a system level, it's certainly the whole, our whole society needs to move sustainable. We acknowledge that the pricing of electric vehicles in all forms, whether it's passenger cars, trucks, or whatever mode, is certainly higher priced in that framework as we stand. And we really need to make sure that, this transition is fully inclusive rather than exclusive in that. So in the aspect of public transport, we've got the mechanisms, and there's already a pilot of electric buses happening in the city of Cape Town, and other modes of transportation already moving in terms of that. So, from a technology point of view, it's, there is the solution, both on mobility and energy as well. We just need to really work together with private sector, government, and all parties involved in getting this transition that it's fully inclusive, because from a technology point of view, both energy and mobility solutions are available. We need to work with the financiers to fund these projects so that we can scale up and drive them forward, because the solutions are there.
100%. Vishal, perhaps you can come in here just to extend from what the other panelists shared as well.
Well, thanks. I think your question was related to around what are the transformation concepts that need to be discussed in advancing sustainability. So in my mind, a lot of it starts at the policy level. I still believe that our economic policy needs some rework and rethinking. I understand why it is the way it is, because we are trying our very best to redress the imbalances created through the legacy apartheid system. So that motivates a lot of the reason why we are the way we are configured. However, I think there needs to be a bit of a more established balance in the discussion of economic policy, and connecting with perhaps becoming a little bit more capitalist in our thinking, looking at the top line of the country's balance sheet and looking at how our income is coming around. I think there's a lot of work to be done there. So that will help fund, if we can work on more public-private type of discussions. You would have heard our president talk about social compacting, which is a start and moving in the right direction. I think that will help perhaps look at revenue differently. It will help fund sustainable transport systems, because, in my opinion, the current transport system from a public sector point of view is not sufficient. We are not sustainable. I'm not convinced that the taxi is sustainable, because from a safety point of view. I'm not convinced that airlines are sustainable because of the pricing point of view. So these are exclusionary for various reasons, and they're not connecting us enough like we should be connected. So if we are able to fund, because much of our public transport system really has to come out of the National Treasury's account, and in order to do that, we need to fill the National Treasury's bank account. So in order to do that, we have to adopt, I think, a more measured approach with regard to how government works with the private sector, how we could bring in and leverage the resources available across both entities to create a much sustainable and better connected society. And that would help the overall sustainability discussion, because in that case, transport becomes an enabler, not the core reason of why we're doing something. So again, it's a system within a system. And then if we can get social compacting right, we can get government and private sector to work a lot better and mitigate this revenue constraint that we sit with at a country level. So entities like PRASA, which has dropped fundamentally in terms of its ridership, from 48 million to roughly 1 million in the last 10 years, according to what Stats SA is saying, that's not sustainable, because where are the people and how are they traveling? If we have such a drop in ridership on our national rail system, what is happening? Because I know the unemployment might be part of the reason, but it surely can't be that amount of reason. So I think the unsustainability of PRASA becomes a discussion point, and that needs to be capitalized again because of the lack of maintenance, very similar to the Eskom discussion. But same thing needs to happen. So policy will drive the way we look at our revenue, our income statement as a country, and it will also help reconnect our communities that are becoming more and more isolated from each other. Thank you.
100%. Jordan, would you like to add on that, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I think all the points are exceptionally valid. And I think just a couple of things I'd like to highlight. The one is, as you said, we are absolutely moving towards things like public transport. I remember, and I think this is something we mustn't forget, is that when cell phones first came into this country, they were very expensive. But the fact that people bought those cell phones means that today every single person can own a cell phone. And you mustn't underestimate the need for that. So if we try to exclude vehicles because they're expensive and say, oh, but they're expensive, we shouldn't be supporting this, we're just going to delay the benefit that will come to the balance of the community. And I heard, and I won't mention his name, but somebody that's involved in a bus project, and he made a statement where he said that if the bus is 80% more expensive, he can break even. So if the bus hardware is 80% more expensive, you can still break even. Now, at this point, unfortunately, it's probably 120% more expensive, but those prices will come down, okay? So they'll come down, they'll go past 80 and they'll drop down to being almost price parity. We should see within the commercial spaces, maybe 5 years from now, we'll see price parity between the petrol or diesel equivalent and electric equivalent. And at that point, by implication, he's running at nearly half his cost, his running cost or his operating cost. And that could be translated into better ticket pricing or less increases in ticket pricing. It could be all other economic benefits can come from that. So I think while we have to be looking holistically at that system, we've also got to look and say, right now, this is where we can support the system and we can drive the system. You know, I know of quite a few logistics companies, and I'm sure Gavin knows exactly who all of them are, that are desperately wanting to get to testing electric vehicles, even though they're going to be paying a premium for those vehicles now. Premium because they're new in the market, premium because they will get the first prototypes, they will get the first opportunity to test their business cases and understand how their businesses will transform. And those companies are the ones that create that market. They draw the other things in. They push the pricing down. They allow us to experiment in a safe environment where we can make mistakes because there's only a few vehicles and we can understand how we've got to transition, that we can transition appropriately. So yes, big system, absolutely important, but that spearhead, the point where we've got to be driving the technology, we've got to find ways of driving that harder and harder. And right now, that is in the passenger vehicle space. It's in the early prototypes coming in by most of the big vehicle manufacturers in terms of trucks. It's the buses. We've got to find ways of incentivizing that spearhead. And, you know, that's where I take my hat off to Hiten and his team, because they've been part of funding some of these projects, you know, and actually putting money in to ensure that the bus project gets off the ground and try to help to break those differences. And that is what's going to change our destiny with these things.
Thank you. So Hiten, maybe you can maybe you can come in here, since Mr. Jordan mentioned some of the initiatives that your organization is doing. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, thanks. So I think just to add on from Vishal's comments as well. So remember that along the broader aspect of disruption, government financing is also being disrupted. If we look at the fuel levy, technology is maturing in terms of even the petrol and diesel technology. What a vehicle used to consume per 100 kilometers today versus 10 years ago, government financing is already decreasing from that just based on efficiencies. So, and when we look at that, National Treasury is busy working on it already. They've already introduced the carbon tax in terms of that. So really from that perspective, it's a polluter pay principle that applies. And that applies internationally all over, in that's how we fund this transition in this interim phase from a financing perspective. And that's where government comes into play, and the various finance instruments that are in play. We already do have some fiscal instruments already that already apply that mechanism of the polluter pay principle, and obviously the recently introduced, although it's a phased approach, the carbon tax will move into that space that will really support National Treasury's pot to fund the transitions and government financing to support the policy framework that government has has alluded to in terms of that. Yeah, so in terms of the enabling environment, certainly there's a role that we've been playing in all roles and aspects of the sphere. And I think, pilot projects have their role to play because what addresses the local aspects in bringing the technology into the market, in addressing the infrastructure challenges, mobility challenges and everything else, and really taking it into the market and really approving ground to that. So one of the projects that are active is in Cape Town, where there's a pilot of 2 electric buses that are being scaled up into the market for that. The operator themselves has solar at their depot. So again, when we look at load shedding and a cost perspective, it's really addressing the full total cost of ownership from that perspective and really driving the business case for that locally. And it's really a no-brainer for them. From the studies and outputs that we've seen, the benefits are there in terms of scaling up because they proved it in terms of that. The financiers and the board is really looking forward to really scaling up, those orders from what they're doing from a two vehicle pilot into potentially, between 80 and even, beyond that in terms of their next orders. And when we look at the compounding effect, we then start looking at localization for those fleets. From a manufacturing perspective, we have the knock-on of jobs. And I think the jobs component was earlier mentioned, and I want to share a study that was presented within Europe. Europe unpacked the full ecosystem job opportunity for the transition to electric mobility. They've unpacked that 1 million jobs can be created across the electric mobility ecosystem by 2030 in Europe. South Africa has created the National Development Plan of 2030. If we join those 2 dots, that's what the job opportunity has.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Kelly, would you like to echo some of the sentiments that have been shared?
Yeah, I was going to make some comment around rail. A note was around passenger rail, around PRASA. And there's always discussion around, moving goods from road to rail. And we always call it a discussion. We don't say it's a battle or a fight. And I wanted to bring something in here because it points to what a lot of people have been saying about technology. So what's happened to PRASA? What's happened to passenger rail, public transport? And why is there so much on rail, on road? Well, it's very, very simple. It's efficiency. And this doesn't matter what. So your customer, although that person who wants to be transported is going to go to a mode that is efficient, that is easy to access, that is reliable, that is secure, and that's a huge problem. I mean, now we're being attacked on the roads, left, right, and center for whatever reason, but it's secure, and that has good coverage. And that's really the secret. And I wanted to just talk about rail there. But what the interesting thing is that you would have heard Winston talking about price, and I think even Vishal talked about price. So the customer must want to use something. And I'll give some examples. Think about Netflix and, DSTV and Netflix, the different styles or the different entrenched processes that we've had and how customers move. And please, I'm not saying one company is better than the other, but I'm trying to just give an understanding of what drivers are, what is out there. I think Winston spoke about cell phones. I'm not sure. The whole argument, discussion about the post office and whether the post office is valid and relevant in today and what couriers are doing, and the argument around 1 kilogram packages and all this type of story. E-commerce has done to many of our members things that nobody, even just before COVID, e-commerce was still, guys, this is like science fiction. It was like watching Lord of the Rings, and the guys weren't quite sure about this and what have you. And COVID came along, and the 2 words I want to use going forward, they're called disruptors and influencers. And you get a disruptor that suddenly falls on everyone, boom, and Eskom is a disruptor. And I don't mean about what they do, I mean about what they do in our lives. And things change. So 4 or 5 years ago, to get solar in your home, it was going to cost you R500,000 or R1 million. A couple of years down the line, and this is going to my point about the affordability of technology, suddenly you can get a solar solution in your house for 2.5, 3 grand a month, depending on who you go to. Yeah, it might be per month and it might be on an evergreen contract, but it's suddenly no longer out of reach of the middle class. And believe you me, as we go forward, those figures will drop. And so it's going to start going down the, when I say going down the affordability chain, but to those who don't earn as much, it's going to get there. And there will be some type of program, I would think, that we're going to have in South Africa, where, like free water, I think we're going to have programs eventually that will develop where you'll get some sort of a free solar kind of setup for those who can't afford it. Vote for me now. Look at planes. How planes have taken over what trains and ships used to do. Yes, I know we've had issues around with COVID, etc., etc. So there are technology drivers. And some of those technology drivers are ladies. I don't know how many ladies are on the chat, but definitely those listening to us and looking at us, ladies and gentlemen, we are the technology drivers because we speak about it. Many people are going to go home and say, you know, today I heard the most incredible discussion. I think the Oak spoke a lot of nonsense, but there were some points that Kelly said that is making me think either about my business or about me personally. And those are the influences. We're the ones, and those companies, and yes, Heighton or Vishal, there are many companies in the road freight sector who've piloted electric vehicles and dual vehicles with gas and electric and are trying to get something that works. So the change, when you see it, that change makes it real. That's the evolution. So this discussion is part of us evolving and making it more and more palatable and driving the discussion, because there's two things here. There will always be those who can afford and those who can't afford. And where we've got to manage this as an influencer is to ensure that we look after those as best possible without collusion, without destroying other companies, making sure those who can't afford are brought into this change. Otherwise, we just replicate the problems we've made for years.
100%. Thank you very much for, bringing attention to the interface that should exist in that regard. So we have a question from Andrew, which I'll just leave it open to all of you on the panel. Perhaps, Michelle, we can start with you in answering it. He asks, how does the pressure from export demand on our vehicle manufacturing to move electric impact us locally? So how does the pressure from export demand on our vehicle manufacturing to move electric impact us locally? Does this pose a risk of some dislocation in what we can cope with or what we will have to produce? Is the question clear?
I think so. I think that when I heard the first part, I thought it was the pressure on our local production capacity being influenced by international demand, because I think that's what I'm sort of summarizing. 100%. And I think and if I understand the way the car production market works, each of the entities that produce vehicles work on a bidding principle. They bid in globally for that production capacity to be installed, and they either win or lose that bid, and that's within each of the OEMs. So I think, in my opinion, the demand internationally will almost sort of work itself out, because they are given when they accept the tender or the bid for production, there are already KPIs attached to it in terms of what type of vehicle you produce for which market and what will be the technology used for that. So I think, in my mind, it kind of it works itself out. We don't really have to fuss too much about it, because the technology that is required to be installed in the vehicles is supplied to the OEM to make the vehicles.
Okay.
Thanks.
100%. Thank you very much. Palmer, would you like to come in there?
Yeah, so, South Africa's automotive industry is a flagship industry that started in 1924. It now contributes pre-COVID 6.8% to national GDP and high employment levels. Unfortunately, that full value chain is really centered around the internal combustion engine, and even more so the component supply industry on terms of that. 60% of the vehicles we assemble and manufacture in South Africa are exported to the EU. Now, EU countries are starting to ban the use of internal combustion engines within, various markets from as close as 2023 in some of them. So the retrospect in South Africa is that South Africa is going to lose its principal markets of exports under the current manufacturing value chain in South Africa. So we really need to shift that perspective from automotive manufacturing into new energy vehicles as the framework is given. So currently, that is in a lot of discussions. The DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, is working on that framework. And part of the immediate measures for the short term is to try and incentivize the green vehicles or green components manufacturing in South Africa. And I think that will start shifting in terms of that. So it's under threat. We need to really drive the transition into new energy vehicles from a manufacturing perspective. And that's what's going to drive economic transformation from a productivity point of view and secure, but not only secure, but to grow our exports. If we look at the South African Automotive Master Plan of 2035, it wants to take South Africa's global participation to 1% of the global markets. And if we are not manufacturing electric vehicles or new energy vehicles, then we're going to lose that.
Sure. Mr. Jordan, you want to come in there as well briefly, or have you been covered?
Other than reinforcing what Hitten said, it's really our big market is Europe. We need to manufacture to their requirements and to what they're looking for. South Africa is a small portion of that offtake. We benefit from it, but at the end of the day, it is about moving with where the world standards are going.
Thank you very much. So I'm gonna request that you all do your closing remarks. So we'll start with you, Mr. Kelly, then we'll go to Mr. Luchman, and then Palmer, and we'll end off with you, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, thanks very much, and I appreciate the opportunity and the honor to have had a couple of things to say, and hopefully what we've been saying has had some resonance with everyone who's watching today and has got some little trains of thought around a lot of sustainability issues, and understanding it isn't just about fuel or power sustainability. There are a whole number of other aspects that link into that very important topic. So some of the things that are happening right now, just out of interest, is that one of the important things around things like electric vehicles is where do you charge them? And one of the things you need to take into consideration is where do vehicles stand for a long time? So you're not going to drive your 200, 300 kilos down the road, depending on what type of vehicle you have, what capacity it has, and then suddenly look for, like you do with a diesel vehicle, is there a filling station nearby? So there are lots of discussions with what we call distribution centers, where there could be, should be, I suppose, use all of those terms, charging facilities for the vehicles while they stand there. While they're standing on a dead piece, they're not moving, they can be charged there. And that would be accessible to all size and level of transporter. So inclusivity in terms of assisting everyone to move to a green approach in terms of not only carbon footprint, which I said I'm not an expert on, but in terms of greener, sustainable energy, and ensuring that everybody has the opportunity to make those evolutionary changes is very, very impossible. Once again, I look forward to where we're going to go. I think we're going to have probably 5 years of very interesting development. A lot of people think this is 20, 30 years away. No, it's not. 30 years might be to perfection, but this is going to get to us a lot quicker than what we really think. Thank you very much for the time.
100%. Thank you very much. That was Mr. Gary Kelly, CEO of Road Freight Association. Thank you for that. Mr. Luchman?
Thank you, Thabang. My closing remarks are really around, again, sticking to my initial thinking was around the system. And there's an acronym that I would like to use to explain that in my closing remarks. I think the overall intention, especially for us in South Africa, should really be around achieving SDG number 11, which relates to sustainable communities. So whatever transformation happens in whichever space, transport, power, we really have to connect the initiative with the value that we could bring to improve the socioeconomic circumstances. And connecting those two is probably easier said than done. And I'm partly guilty of that because I'm saying it. So the second thing is the technical, and technical really it comes on the back of being backed up by a quality education system. There's industrial development that is always the talking point. There's innovation and infrastructure that is required to support a sustainable system. And I'm sort of steering away from perhaps my colleagues, which are really related to technology, but I'm talking about how do we get rail running and working again? How do we get the freight system to do what it needs to do? Because certain SOCs have lost, lost their grip on how they actually should operate a rail system.
Yeah.
The economic value, and that's the third one, and I've got two more, really targets SDG number 8, which is economic growth. And that's a straightforward concept, which is these initiatives should really start to grow this economy. And there's the opportunity, because when we do not have change, we find it difficult to grow. Here is an open and waiting opportunity to grow in a new way and change. And that's where, for us at the economic level, there's value that can be extracted from that discussion. Environmental is a key component of whatever solution we put in there, because we really have to leave a planet better off than we found it, and the current trajectory is not going in that direction. So in this transition, in terms of technology and evolution in the transport space, environmental concepts have to be appreciated. So in that, there's 3, and there's SDG 13, SDG 14, which is life below water, and then SDG 15, which is life on land. Those are very broad concepts, but if you unpack it, you'll see that it's very applicable to us, but we don't have the philosophy and the ideology to implement it. And the last one is obviously political. And political is the one where we sometimes get paralyzed and we get knotted in terms of how do we execute politically, because we are so fragmented from the socioeconomic and the political nuances that are currently playing out in our leadership space. And that if that doesn't get fixed, a lot of other things do not get enabled. So thank you, Chair, and thanks for talking.
Thank you very much. That's Managing Director of Transport at Sutari, Mr. Vishal Luchman. Thank you very much for those sentiments. Truly appreciated. Mr. Palmer?
Yeah, thank you, Tabang. It's been a great conversation. I think each of the fellow panelists have raised very important points and perspectives, as well as aligning to the theme of the event of the Sustainability Summit. I think sustainability is key. It has to happen, not only within transport. We need to look at energy, finance mechanisms, and everything else. The future customer and our emerging customer is sustainability conscious, and that's what's going to drive that. The transition is inevitable, and it's already started, including here in South Africa. We have activities, we have vehicles available, it's going to grow. We have infrastructure available to charge them. We've got an opportunity to exploit our renewable energy accessibility in South Africa that is abundant. We need to have this transition that's inclusive to make sure that none of the members within our society are left behind. And I think all of this speaks to implementation and attainment of the SDGs, as Vishal also mentioned, at a global level, but also locally in terms of our green transport strategy, of which strategic pillar 8 is promotion of hybrid and electric vehicles, but also of our national development plan of 2030. So, in terms of this agenda and transition, we can certainly achieve all of those, both locally and internationally. And look forward to this transition as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Hyton Palmer, Executive and Thought Leader at Uyilo Electric Mobility Program. Thank you for that, especially just, bringing to reality how conscious we need to be about sustainability. Thank you for that. Mr. Jodvan?
Thank you. And I think it's one of these really difficult things to follow is with a team like this, they really summarize it really well. What I'd like to just put out there, and that is that, partially what Hitton said, we are already there. And I'm going to move just out of the way that you can see what that looks like. That's all of the charging stations in South Africa already. There's no vision, this is not a dream, this is not the future. This is where the chargers exist. You can buy an electric vehicle. You can drive it across the country. You can get involved in this revolution. A large of those charging stations are with already got clean energy. They already have solar backup on them. So based on that, I think that it's really about taking action now and looking and saying, how part of this revolution and drive it. And there's two parts to that. And for me, it's what can I do now? Right now, you can go out, you can buy an electric vehicle, you can drive to Cape Town. Not from Cape Town, from Japan. So the idea is that you can actually do it right now. This is not the future. But at the same time, I do agree that we have to have clean energy. That's going to take us 5 years. We have to have inclusive systems that are going to move into other economies. That's going to take 2 or 3 years. We've got to change certain views that we have. But let's take action on things we can do now and not just talk about all these futuristic things that may or may not happen and that to some extent are still limited to potential change or to transition. So I really believe that we need to take action and move.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jordan. That was thank you. That was Winston Jordan, MD at Grid Cars. Please do check them out. So thank you so much to all of you for just, at the heart of people, goods and services is transportation. And you really did paint that picture. And you're right, Mr. Jordan, it starts now. It starts with the systems that Mr. Luchman was talking about. But also, I love how we just, integrated all the segments, economic value, communities, as well as politics, making sure that there's an interface. So all the best to all of you and your respective organizations. And thank you for the work that you're doing to ensure that we have sustainability in transportation. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Till the end.
Bye-bye.
Yes, bye-bye.
Thank you.
In Sub-Saharan Africa supports Sub-Saharan African cities to tackle the interconnected challenges of climate change and access to sustainable energy. Started in 2015, COMSNA is the African regional chapter of the Global Covenant of Mayors. With more than 9,000 members, the Global Covenant of Mayors is the largest network of cities driving urban climate action. COMSA currently has more than 200 signatory cities in over 35 French, Portuguese, and English countries across the sub-Saharan African region.
L'Afrique doit prendre des mesures urgentes afin de s'adapter aux impacts du changement climatique et, étant donné que le continent connaît une urbanisation rapide, contribuer à l'objectif global de maintenir le réchauffement climatique en dessous d'1,5 degré Celsius. Si cet objectif n'est pas atteint, la menace de sécheresse et d'inondation, le nombre de personnes en situation d'extrême pauvreté et le risque de conflits violents augmenteront considérablement.
A ciência mostra que as cidades africanas são particularmente vulneráveis às alterações climáticas. A população urbana na África deve crescer até 1,26 bilhões em 2050. Por isso, os governos locais precisam fornecer um futuro sustentável para todos os cidadãos. Isso pode ser feito por meio de projetos que aumentam a resiliência, que impulsionam desenvolvimento de baixas emissões e que asseguram um acesso à energia sustentável, econômica e segura para todos.
COMSA has 3 action pillars. The first one is the development of sustainable energy access and climate action plans. The second one is low carbon urban infrastructure project support. And the third one is strengthening local and regional partnerships.
La Convention des maires en Afrique subsaharienne offre un soutien et un renforcement de capacités sur mesure aux villes africaines pour l'élaboration de leur plan d'action climat. Des experts techniques apportent leur soutien aux acteurs locaux dans les domaines de l'adaptation, l'atténuation et l'accès à l'énergie, ainsi que le reporting et la validation des plans d'action climat.
COMSA works with cities to implement innovative climate and energy projects. Cities have access to experts that can provide guidance to make these projects financially, economically, and technically feasible. There is also potential to help cities with background studies prepare projects.
O Pacto de Autarcas para a África Subsaariana é uma rede de mais de 200 cidades africanas. Aproveita a rede internacional do Pacto Mundial de Autarcas de mais de 9.000 cidades e regiões para facilitar parcerias entre as cidades e regiões por meio de eventos e troca de experiências.
There are a number of tools that the COMSA partners have produced for use by signatory cities. In particular, we have responded to the call from our cities for assistance in accessing climate change finance by producing 2 important publications. One maps climate finance opportunities on the continent, and another showcases 10 case studies of how finance has been mobilized for climate change action in Africa. ICLEI Africa is very grateful to be part of this important initiative, Covenant of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa. The European Commission must be applauded for funding an initiative such as this, which places the needs of African stakeholders so centrally to its operations. A particular strength of this initiative has been the partners that have driven it forward.
Eu acho que é uma iniciativa boa, que vai permitir com que trabalhemos de forma organizada e coordenada para os aspectos climáticos e para que tenhamos um planeta melhor e retiremos tudo o que foi cometido como erro no passado e melhoramos o presente e criar condições para o futuro.
Covenant of Mayors for Sub-Saharan Africa is one of the most important initiatives that the African cities have taken to address climate change issues. They need to access funds so that plans are translated into investment and that a new behavior, a low carbon development pathway. The most credible lesson that we are learning from is the fact that most of the cities are realizing now that despite the fact that they didn't participate so much in global warming, they are equally hit by this catastrophe when it happened, and that they should be part of the solution.
Pour nous, c'est très important d'avoir les maires engagés pour ces politiques-là, mais c'est important de dire aussi que ce n'est pas un frein au développement, mais c'est plutôt l'imagination d'un développement plus harmonieux avec la nature et qui permettent de répondre à la fois aux questions sociales, à l'inégalité qui existe dans les territoires, à la possibilité pour l'ensemble de la population de bénéficier d'un développement qui répondent à ces besoins. Nous pensons aussi par exemple aux femmes qui subissent sans doute plus que d'autres populations les effets du changement climatique dans bien des régions d'Afrique et c'est pourquoi nous travaillons aussi avec le réseau des femmes élues africaines pour trouver des solutions adaptées dans les politiques locales. C'est aussi un mouvement qui doit s'approprier la politique africaine pour le développement, la politique africaine pour le climat, en lien avec l'Union africaine, avec les grands organismes internationaux, avec l'Union européenne, qui est le principal financeur du mouvement, et qui doit aussi revoir ses modalités d'application de sa politique de coopération pour servir les villes, pour servir les citoyens, pour servir les Africains.
Solar PV generators are increasing in number and size across South Africa and the world. They are powered by photons from the sun and produce electricity here on Earth during the day. PV modules are a key component of PV generators because they convert the energy from photons into electrons that deliver electricity to the network we use to power our homes and our workplaces. Solar PV modules must perform reliably for 25 years in the tough South African environment to achieve the expected low cost of electricity from the PV generator. Accelerated stress testing is an effective way to ensure that only reliable PV modules are procured and installed so that actual performance meets expected performance over the lifetime of the PV generator. To support the solar PV industry in South Africa, the CSIR has invested in expertise, skills, and the facility for accelerated stress testing. The facility will support the PV industry during the implementation of the National Integrated Resource Plan, which includes the integration of 8 million kilowatts of PV generators onto the national grid by 2030. The facility is designed to simulate 25 years of real-world PV module degradation in only 3 months. PV modules are subjected to extreme conditions in temperature, humidity, mechanical pressures, and electrical potential according to procedures defined by international standards for accelerated stress testing. The stress tests are designed to provoke the same failures that are known to occur in the field over time when modules are poorly constructed, improperly installed, or poorly maintained. Side-by-side testing of selected modules during the accelerated stress tests provide quantitative data for ranking the reliability of PV modules relative to one another. The data is then used to procure and install only the best modules in terms of safety and performance. The CSIR investment included an outdoor testing facility for real-world performance monitoring and model validation for flat-plate PV modules, including crystalline silicon, thin film, bifacial, shingled and half-cut cell modules. The CSIR became an early adopter, investing in the first of 4 PV plants for its Pretoria campus in 2015. The PV facility is used for research on a larger scale, innovation, and self-generation of electricity. The PV module research and testing facility represents but one research interest of the CSIR Energy Centre. Other research groups focus on electricity systems planning and optimization, the just energy transition, developing new materials for chemical energy storage, energy efficiency, and piloting new thermal energy storage systems. The CSIR Energy Centre provides a broad range of scientific research and innovation necessary to support the future energy landscape, one of which will be more complex, interconnected and decentralized. The integration of accelerated stress testing of PV modules will help ensure the solar PV generators play their part in generating reliable electricity from carbon-free fuel for decades to come. Closing message by Dr. Kitesa Roro: quality is everyone's responsibility.
South Africa is transitioning to a low-carbon economy for a sustainable future. According to the IRP 2019, which details the long-term electricity planning for the country is planning to install 6,000 megawatt of solar PV between 2022 and 2030. The solar photovoltaic modules that are currently in the market should work for the 25 years lifetime.
Solar PV generators are increasing in number and size across South Africa and the world. They are powered by photons from the sun and produce electricity here on Earth during the day. PV modules are a key component of PV generators because they convert the energy from photons into electrons that deliver electricity to the network we use to power our homes and our workplaces. Solar PV modules must perform reliably for 25 years in the tough South African environment to achieve the expected low cost of electricity from the PV generator. Accelerated stress testing is an effective way to ensure that only reliable PV modules are procured and installed so that actual performance meets expected performance over the lifetime of the PV generator. To support the solar PV industry in South Africa,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still tuned into the Sustainability Summit 2022. I hope you still are engaging on our social media platforms and our online platform with our hashtag being SUS Week 2022. That is SAS Week 2022. Please add in your questions, your recommendations. We're more than willing to have a herein. Don't forget to also engage with our social media platform, or rather our virtual exhibition. And you stand to win quite a few prizes. We are on our last panel discussion of the day, speaking on sustainability, but now we are talking about water resource. Are we wasting water, or is it truly becoming a scarce commodity? And joining me this afternoon in dissecting that, we have Dr. Rembu Magoba, who's a Water Research Center Manager at CSIR, and he looks at Smart Places Cluster and also how do we fulfill some of the avenues around water. And then we also have Dr. James Cullis, who's a Technical Director, Water Resource Engineer, and Climate Change Specialist at Zutari. Last but not least, we also have Mr. Thabo Mahlobo, who's a CEO at Agribusiness Corner, and we also have Mr. Lindani Nwana, Project Manager at the National Cleaner Production Center. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for joining us. Maybe Dr. Rumble, we can start with you. Please go ahead. Your mic is on mute. There we go.
Thank you very much, and it's nice to talk to you, Talang, and the colleagues. Yes, the topic of today is very, very important, and it's very relevant given the situation that the country is facing today. I am Rembu Magoba, as you indicated. Of course, I work for CSIR, a Council for Scientific and Industrial Research Water Center. I am an aquatic ecologist with over 17 years of experience. I've worked as an environmental consultant, and I've worked for Agricultural Research Council before. I've worked for the City of Cape Town as head for research and development before joining CSIR as a center manager, championing the development of fit-for-purpose technology and solution for various water challenges. And talking about water challenges, this includes water resource management and water quality challenges, and also rivers and wetlands protection. So it is very much important to understand that effective water resource management involved understanding of the all elements of water cycle from source to sink. And the water resource management is mainly constrained by poor infrastructure or investment, which includes the lack of critical technical expertise, water system monitoring and modeling, and also poor engagement among key stakeholders in the water sector. Thank you, Taban.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahabo. Can we have Dr. James Cullis, please? Hi, James, can you hear me? Okay, it's a little bit frozen. Mr. Lindani, can you step in perhaps? Mr. Lindani, are you with us?
Yes. Good day, everyone. My name is Lindan Mwane. I'm the project manager for NCPC, which is the National Cleaner Production Center of South Africa. We are hosted by CSIR. We are a program of the Department of Trade and Industry. Our mandate is to support industry by assisting them in terms of reducing their environmental footprint. We do that through what we call implementation of resource efficiency. So within the NCPC, I'm the project manager. I'm managing the what we call industrial water efficient project. The aim of the project is to assist companies to reduce their water consumption and also improve water quality in terms of their effluent. We obviously look at 5 areas, but I will quickly just mention one which I think is relevant for today, that where we are supporting industry to obviously implement water efficient strategies. Basically, we work across the 10 sectors of the economy, from FMCG, chemicals, agro-processing, right across. What we do, obviously, we come in to various industries. We try to really understand what their burning issues in terms of managing their water. We assist them through various means. We've got sector guide, we've got tools, we also do actual assessment, come on site to obviously basically just give them a snapshot of what is happening, what is it that they can improve on, and we also assist them with some of the implementation. That's all that I think I can mention so far. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ncwane. Can we have Dr. James Cullis?
Hi, Tabang. Yeah. So my name is James Cullis. I'm primarily a water resources engineer. I'm based at Zutari. And Zutari, we're one of the largest engineering consulting firms in South Africa, if not in Africa. And we've been active in the infrastructure space for almost 90 years now, with a big focus on developing sustainable infrastructure across Africa. And in fact, our mandate, we believe, is to co-create an engineered impact. So we recognize the real significant importance around infrastructure. I think one of the earlier speakers mentioned it, around infrastructure and its ability to address increasing risks and global risks, and water security is a major area of those. But also the importance around collaboration and co-creation of those investments, particularly increasingly in the uncertain world which we're living, and it's been mentioned, and in the context of sustainability. So we've been working in the water resources sector for several years in Africa, and increasingly climate change impacts and considerations, and not only infrastructure design, but also water resource planning and sort of feasibility studies, and increasingly more general climate change risk and adaptation, as well as in other sectors, in transport and buildings, built environment, and the energy sector, with investments in hydropower also helping contribute to that. And certainly recognizing the increasing risks, water scarcity, security risks presented by climate change, but also other factors. We talked about infrastructure, the challenges around our infrastructure. We have some fantastic infrastructure, but it is getting old and being challenged. Other growing pressures, particularly around environmental risks and sustainability, and how do we balance all of that in a increasing constrained environment. And I think we see that as being critical, and things like investing in catchments, the impacts of invasive alien plants on water security, and how do we realize the co-benefits, what we call the resilience dividends, when we invest in sustainable solutions for challenges around water security and other critical risks.
100%. Thank you very much, Dr. Cullis. Those are actually critical points that you've mentioned around how can we better have resource planning and how can we secure water more effectively. So I look forward to engaging with you on that. Mr. Mahlobo? Hi, Mr. Mahlobo, yes. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes,
awesome.
I can hear you.
Sure.
Right. My name is Thabo Mahlobo. I'm from Agribusiness Corner. Agribusiness Corner is basically, we actually create projects, agricultural projects, for different smallholder farms that they can engage in. So just so they can participate in the bigger chain of things. So as you know, that agriculture is one of the very, I don't know whether to say concentrated space or industry, especially for a lot of the African people and a whole lot of that. And so I'm based in the Klapmunt, Stellenbosch site, but the company is based in Pietermaritzburg, where we started it. Our major focus has been mostly on, we saw a challenge in terms of the land degradation and the waste management, but obviously quality food production And so we therefore pushed us to get involved mostly in the worm farming. So the worm farming then really gave us quite a number of opportunities to really engage with different farmers. But also lately we've been looking at how does the worm farming play a role in terms of water conservation and water management, especially in the treatment centers and all that. And that's how basically the subject of water and sustainability really been so close. So I think for now I would want to stop here at all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlobo. We look forward to just exploring more as to how does worm farming contribute to water conservation. I'm very interested in that. Let me start with you, Dr. Rembo, as you know, a pioneer, or rather as a custodian of the Water Research Center. What are the common challenges that we're having around water conservation and preserving water? Do we waste water, or is the scarcity of water an issue?
Thank you, Tabo. It's both. There are areas where there is a water wastage. And of course, as a country, we are having a serious water challenge. Looking at the average annual rainfall that South Africa receives, it's a half the global annual rainfall, which puts South Africa at a scarce water country. So by just looking at that, no matter how we receive rain in various parts of the country, but as a country, we are classified as a water scarce country. This is something that our communities find it very difficult to understand, especially during the years where they are receiving some sizable amount of rains. They feel that they've got platform to waste more water, whereas it's not how it's supposed to be. Some of the challenges that we are experiencing in South Africa is the dwindling water resources. The rivers are becoming smaller and smaller, and the wetlands are getting drier and drier due to human activities. You might recall that some of the rivers that you yourself, you saw them running very well when you grew up, but the size of these rivers, if you can have a look at them today, without even understanding what is actually happening, you will attest to it that the sizes of these rivers, it's reducing. There are so many things that contribute to that. The anthropogenic effect, the alien plants that are also invading the riparian vegetations of these rivers, and other illegal activities like illegal dumping sites that are becoming more common in most of the water resources or near the water resources. All those things affect the surface rivers, and not only that, it also affects the groundwater quality without us knowing exactly what's going on. So there is also another dimension where there is a lack of rivers. There is a tendency of abstracting from the groundwater. So that leads to aquifer depletion, which is a serious challenge when it comes to groundwater. So aquifer depletion and also the contamination of groundwater with all those things that are a result of human activities. All these things are really aiding to the deteriorating water quality that we are experiencing in most parts of the country. You are muted, Taban.
I am so sorry. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Cullis, how can we better plan in terms of water resources? And also maybe you can just echo some of the sentiments that Dr. Rembo has mentioned about, do we waste water or is it truly scarce?
Thanks, Thabang. Yeah, yes, picking up on the comments from Mr. Magube, absolutely. There are areas where we are wasting lots of water, and a lot of that is through aging infrastructure, for example, as well as some human behaviors. And so maintenance of our infrastructure is absolutely critical. And there's a lot of efforts to try and do that, particularly at the municipal level, but more resources are needed for that. And part of that is and I think was referenced to the recognizing the value of water. And in many ways, we've forgotten that value. I think it was mentioned, if you think of your childhood sometimes, and you think of how important water might have been growing up, and we tend to forget that when it sort of, we just open a tap and it tends to come from there. So I think a lot of this, and we've certainly seen it with our recent crises, whether that's currently in Nelson Mandela Bay or City of Cape Town or in City of Johannesburg, they're starting to rediscover the value of water and the importance of preserving it as an absolutely critical resource. And so I think there's critical around that. It does vary across the country, but certainly we are wasting a lot of water. But we also need to recognize that how we manage demand is also part of the way we deal with a highly variable climate. So there are times when there's surplus water and availability, but there are also times when we are in drought and we scarcity, and we need to be able to sort of manage that. And that's part of the planning process, and getting people engaged and communities engaged as users to understand the sort of understanding of risk and the variability in the water resource planning space. So, and certainly in terms of long-term planning, South Africa has a very long history of water resource planning, and very effective in terms of anticipating future growth and demands and developing appropriate infrastructure, and increasingly around the benefits of water conservation and saving as part of that, as what we call the future reconciliation plans. How do we meet the future demands? But we've also realized the importance of catchment. So a big focus on clearing invasive alien plants. And that's where a lot of water is lost, and also loss of other ecosystems like wetlands, which not only help us in soaking up water, but also provide a treatment component. They have other what we call ecosystem services. So those protections of those natural resources are absolutely critical, and we've lost that, and they are severely stressed by growth and development challenges we have across the country. And so we need to recognize that. And also just protecting, we are a dry country, but probably 80% of our water that we use only comes from a small part of the country, less than 20% in what we call our strategic water source areas. And those are typically our high catchment areas. And we really need to protect those. And then those come to our cities through a complex system. And we've got the city of Johannesburg sits in a continental divide. It should never have the economy it has if we weren't able to bring water from as far afield as Lesotho. But those systems are very complex and require, constant maintenance and management and planning and capacity to not only maintain those, but to operate them efficiently. And that's something that's a challenge where we need to also ensure that there's that sufficient operating, and comes with that is monitoring. We need to know what's happening in those systems, and we're losing our monitoring capacity globally. That's a challenge.
Absolutely. I'd love to engage further on that, especially on our monitoring and evaluation systems. I think you are right. Perhaps not only just a loss, but they're not effective. We don't take it seriously, Yeah. And I think entities such as municipalities and government are really responsible for that. Maybe let's have Lindani, if you can come in here. The industrial water project that you have done under the center, how has it addressed the water crisis?
Sorry, Thabang. On that one, really, we've really seen a good impact, because we deal directly with industry. And what we've seen for the last 5 years, or so, we've seen an uptake in terms of a lot of companies coming to the NCPC for assistance in terms of managing their water. And a lot of them have obviously gone through what you call implementation, because when we come into various organizations, obviously we come in there, we basically just help them, assist them to paint a picture for them to say, what is your as-is situation? Meaning we'll do an assessment, we'll point to them to say, these are your areas of focus. you have to focus on the particular areas that where there is potential savings. If the company follow through in terms of implementing, basically the way we do it, it typically will follow a low cost and no cost option, which is basically part of the recommendation. It will come to sometimes medium investment, sometimes to high investment, but always encourage companies to follow through to implement the recommendation that we are seeing. What we've seen for the last 5 years is that there is now a greater what you call conversion in terms of identify savings. Now companies are following through by implementing. That's where they can really get benefit by obviously implementing. So what we've seen, like I'm saying, we've seen in a tune of I would say 36 million rand in terms of water savings. That is basically actual saving for the last 5 years, which equates to over 1.9 million kiloliters of water, which is really quite encouraging. So when we do this kind of work, basically we use our own approach where we use a system approach. We look at their facility. We have to obviously understand end-to-end process of their facility and do things like your water balance, identify what are the significant water users even within the facility. Do they have metering or sub-metering for various strategic sections as well? Because that is one of the critical elements for any organization to make sure that they do have meters, because the only way to manage, you have to make sure that you are metering properly so that you can set even your own target reduction. So we even develop things like tools as well as sector guide for industries so that they can do this implementation on their own. And we are seeing impact. We are seeing impact because I will say for the last 4 years or so, like what Rembo has said, we had things like now, I will say 7 out of the 9 provinces have been already declared drought-stricken areas in South Africa. And now for a lot of industries now, behavior have really improved because it's no longer business as usual the way they've taken water in the past. It's now a different ball game altogether because there's been imposed a restriction of 10 to 20% in some areas, where now even the behavior, water efficiency now has become the first fuel of companies to make sure that they're improving their sustainability, they're reducing their environmental footprint. So in any case, water efficient, similar to energy efficient, should be the first thing to be done before you even want to bring in, I would say, sophisticated technologies, but you have to start with that, because in what we are always seeing in organization, there are endless leaks. That's where are your low-hanging fruit, fixing your leaks on your water reticulation system. That is basically the first thing. That's what basically we are seeing. As a result, we even develop easy toolkits that the companies can use based on our experience that we had with industry. And they were always encouraging companies to follow through, to implement for themselves. If ever they are struggling in terms of technical capabilities, then we can also come in and assist. That's where I can stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindani. Thank you. Mr. Mahlobo, maybe you can come in here. You made a comment earlier on about how you've observed or how you've utilized worm farming as part of water conservation or water conservation strategy, if I may put it that way. Can you tell us more about that? And concomitant to that question, how can we be more water efficient in farming as well?
Well, that's a very interesting one, but I want to try and not get into it just directly because there's still quite a lot of conversation around it, but I'll bring it in. Now, from a farming point of view, because I work with quite a number of farmers, whether it be small, whether it be commercial. Right now, I'm sitting at the farm where it produces lettuce 1,000 like a ton a day in terms of harvest. So you can obviously see that there is a water usage that happens here most of the time. But what I also realized was that within an agri setup, you get to really see the practicalities, of water when they say there are challenges with water and also there is water because one, the way water here we're utilizing, you will use most of your river that's flowing, using pumps to drain up that water into a dam, and then from there direct it into your farm. So part of water conservation you learn practically here as a farmer because there's still issues with water user rights from the government. That's a big issue in terms of the user rights, especially for the agriculture. And there was a court case also around that just recently on that. And so what it does, it forces the farmers to be very intentional about how do they use water. And it's important then, therefore, to really put a framework to say there is domestic use of water, which is for domestic, household, which has got nothing to do with farming or anything. It's just how to run your water in your home and all that. But also there is a commercial use of water. Commercial use of water, it's a different thing where companies will be utilizing water for other things. I have colleagues who are in the water industry also, whereby it's beverages, is all of this other stuff. So they utilize water, it's a different thing. But you get industrial side of water, where again, there's so much of the waste. So if we want to look at the waste, we want to look at the management, we need to look at these, in differently. So you get the industrial part of the water there, where you got the mining sector, biggest waste that's taking place right there in the mining sector. I had a meeting, I don't mention names, but I was in the mining Indaba beginning of this year in Cape Town. There was a big topic in terms of the water, especially within the mining sector. How can that be resolved so that water, instead of it running there, how can it be reclaimed and it actually be reclaimed so that it's treated, so at least it can be available for agricultural purpose, rather than what we see that it's just water, that's nothing that's being done. But also, when you look at the domestic side of water and other things, there is a SALGA issue. SALGA is a local government, the municipalities. There's serious challenges with their wastewater reclamation also, just treating side. And I think this is where we've been kind of engaging on a smaller scale to say, how can we look into in terms of some of the treatment side, some of the what's happening with their water there, and use obviously some of the technology such as the worm farming in terms of the vermifiltration. So worm farming basically is what we call the vermitechnology. The use of worms, either be in the breeding of worms for purpose of composting, which is what we're doing with the farmers, where the worms are creating good organic compost, but there's the T part for the hydroponic side of those who are using hydroponic. But there's a vermifiltration side, especially when it comes to working alongside with your treatment centers in terms of the wastewater, because the worms, there are species that love anything that is decomposed, that is waste, such as the sludge, such as all of those things within there. And we've seen that we actually don't have a crisis of water in South Africa. We have a crisis of bad management in terms of water in all levels, but also there's a gap in the education of water as a resource and how it needs to be managed, and the aspect of the skill part, the skilling part of how to manage water, quantify properly, So with farming, there is what we call now precision farming, where we're changing the way we're irrigating. We're no longer using old ways of irrigating. So the irrigation is becoming more precise, rather than the way things have been wasted. So the farmers now are your biggest savers of your water than what, the normal conversation has been that they're wasting a lot of the water. So you find that that's what's happening. So I think that there's so much that our communities can learn from the farming side, just to really come and see how water is being used, how is it preserved, and how the latest technology in smart farming, such as having sensors that will tell you the temperature of your ground, the moisture, and that will send a message to say it can now irrigate rather than continuous flow. Having, the JOSHU tanks with the pumps with meters that gives you signals also to say the water level is this. You can actually fill it up. There's so much that the agriculture role play within the space of water, and I think it is demonstrated. There's a lot of different tech and different things that they've put in place to ensure that there is water management and that water can be treated and it can come back again, and it's a continuous exercise. So in that way, Tavan, I'm trying to avoid getting too much into the vermifiltration side of the worms, because it is a conversation that we really need to have on its own, because it's got other aspects on its own.
Thank you very much for that. And I think you've given us a lot of building blocks for this particular conversation. Perhaps, Dr. Rembu, you can come in here. How do we, I think the question of monitoring and evaluation is not how do we, because it should be there. But in curbing this water crisis and in reducing the threat of scarcity around water, what monitoring and evaluation system should we be applying to save more water?
Thank you very much, Tava. We wish we had a straight solution to that question. It's a very difficult one, as my other colleague already put it there. The systems can be there, but I think South Africa are very good in developing the procedures and the tools that can be applied to solve the problem. But where we lack, it's at the implementation part. So, the government has finalized what we call a National Infrastructure Plan 2050 or NIP 2050, which aims to identify the most critical immediate actions that are needed for sustained improvement in public infrastructure and also in the water sector. So that document was established in a way that it identified the critical areas and what needs to be done immediately. What are the quick wins that we can implement to solve the current challenges? So when you look at that document, it shows you that South Africans understand its own challenges and they understand what needs to be done, but we are not doing it. And the main reason why we are not doing it, it has got to do with the lack of implementers in the or support for the implementers, because you might have the implementers who are really willing to implement, but they are lacking the necessary investment that will allow them to implement. We are working in a country where we also have got a private sector that is also a very key stakeholder when it comes to water management. We've got the regulator with a Department of Water and Sanitation. They've got their own system and objectives of what is it that they wanted to achieve. And they've got the Department of Public Works, which is managing the infrastructure that support the water sector as well. So the engagement between the private sector, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and also looking at the agricultural fraternity, as you had my colleagues indicating that there is also a huge opportunity for saving in that area. So I would say the answer to the question that you are raising, it lies within the collaboration of various institutions and have consolidated approach on how to solve South Africa's problem, because one institution alone is not going to solve these problems. We have got private sector which can also come in and develop the tools that can be applied in terms of monitoring and evaluations. But they are not the authority to ensure that that monitoring and evaluation is happening within the water space. DWS needs to lead that space, working with the water boards and the municipalities to ensure that that activity is happening. But you find that that bridge between the different organizations that needs to work together to solve this problem. So I will agree with my colleagues to say we really need strong leadership in terms of making sure that the systems and the tools and the technology that is currently available in the water sector is being utilized, because currently there are so many technologies that have been developed. Others have been developed even by CSIR, that's been developed by the private sector. They are not being taken up by the industry to be implemented. We know they can work, we know they are very effective, but we are not finding a room to penetrate the market, where we need the national government to also come in and facilitate that technology uptake in the municipal level or in the water board space. So I think that's the main challenges that we are facing: the poor uptake of technology and the systems and the tools that are available for monitoring and evaluation purposes.
Dr. Kallis, would you like to extend on that question around M&E?
Yeah, thanks, Apshi, and I agree completely on that, and that there are lots of great tools and innovation out there, and there are many examples already in use in South Africa. Just for example, in the agricultural space, some of our farmers are some of the most water efficient in the world, and using things like satellite technology to improve the way they applicate, and they use a thing called FruitLook. It's a technology that is available to farmers, and it helps them on a weekly basis to monitor their water use using satellites, and that's led to great improvements not only for water use but also other things like pest control and reduced use of fertilizers. So it's all this additional benefits you gain, sustainability benefits from that, and other things like we know. There's some of the irrigation schemes that are now operating sort of real-time operating systems, sort of near real-time systems that have, in the Sunday system, it's 20% savings around efficiencies, and that's using technology. But the challenge is it needs to be maintained. Those systems often they put in place and then they kind of run out of. There's no incentive to keep them going, and they kind of sort of fall into disuse through lack of resources or support. But there are examples of those, or in the municipal sector, there's a lot of work. For example, using pressure reduction valves to manage pressure, to reduce leakage, to replace leakages. Innovative technologies like the Dropula, which was a sort of a smart metering system that was implemented. We heard a lot of that in the Cape Town drought crisis, about how you can, individual sort of users better managing their own demand, and even just communication through water bills and things. That those opportunities there to help engage improved efficiency, and things like sort of implementing sort of smart decision support systems. So using data and technologies at the utility level to better understand the systems and find out where the gaps are. So there are examples, as has been mentioned, they're not being rolled out everywhere, and then that's really where there's sort of some need for that. And so we are, and even in the catchment space, the new innovative financing options around things like the Greater Cape Town Water Fund that helps leverage other funds to help clear alien plants, or partnerships around reducing water losses through sort of a sort of public partnership relationship. The Strategic Water Partners Network has examples of that, where they collaborate with municipalities to bring in the private sector to help address this shortfall on this need to save water through improved efficiency, because that has value, and particularly it's not only about saving the water, but also sort of recovery of the value of prices, and so there's a whole need to sort of reinvent the institutional process of how we value water as well and recover it. And generally, yeah, the challenge with a lack of monitoring is we are going into an uncertain future. Historically, we've based, we've assumed that climate is stationary, and so we can base our current plans on historic trends. We're seeing that change, and that's where the more we ask questions, the more we realize we don't really have the data and we can't predict the future. So we need to be able to monitor it so that we can continuously adapt and change. And that's what a lot of these technologies allow us to do, is to be continuously adapting, but we need to keep maintaining that. It's not a just put a fire and forget solution. They need continuous support.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And perhaps, Lindani, you can come in here just as an extension of what the NCPA SA does in terms of ensuring, clean water supply. What are the water purification methods that, your company has explored?
Yeah, basically with that, we look at, first and foremost, obviously, we look at the situation. Let's say we go to an agro-processing company, let's say like the advanced companies like your likes of your Tiger Brands, such companies like that. They will have water, which is obviously used for various applications. One could be for cleaning the facility, because let's say it's a food manufacturing facility. That water obviously is they get the water directly from the municipality. It obviously just a potable water standard. You can obviously use it, but the companies will have obviously things like their primary or first stage, like they will have big tanks, storage tanks, and from there they obviously will even monitor that water. If the water is going to the product now, you have to obviously do some obviously even some chemical basically addition of chemical to that, so that the water can be of a certain quality, and then that water can be used directly to the main production or main process. So what we do, when we do this kind of work, we obviously look at the situation within the company, understand their process, their needs, before we can even advise them to say, try to look at this type of technology. First, the critical thing that we do is to really understand their burning issues. What are the issues? Typically, in most organizations, they will tell us that they're struggling with their effluent discharge to the municipality sewer system. And even remember a recent one that I've assisted a company where they were paying huge penalties because their effluent load was always, in most of the situation, out of spec. It was quite high. So they were getting penalties from the municipality. So we came in there, assisted them, even with our colleagues from the water center. They've assisted us to design a solution for that organization, to say, you can put this effluent plant within your facility. It will cost you so much, but you will obviously will not be in a position now to have a problem with authorities. So it's always with us, it is case by case, but we've got various tools at our disposal that we advise companies on. And there is a recent what you call monitoring and metering guideline that we've developed with one of the organizations called IFC. we are starting now to pilot that one in industry, because what we've seen for the last 7 to 10 years is that in many organizations there is a lack of metering, and if you really don't have meters, and especially for water, other system could be energy. In many organizations, they will make sure that they do have electric meters and stuff like that. But for water, because water has been really taken as if it's just an abundant resource, but now things have changed since it's a scarce resource. So now companies now are taking water as just a business risk. It's no longer something that you can go without. So what we've done then, we've obviously, based on our experience, we've developed this monitoring and metering guideline so that it can help companies, where we basically assist them to develop their measurement plan. Also advise them to say, based on your needs, this is the measurement plan that we can assist you to obviously implement. These are your strategic water sections within your facility, where you've got significant water users, and basically we've started to pilot that now on the dairy sector. Dairy sector is one of those sectors which is high water intensive sectors. So we are currently now having a good uptake, where we've got some dairies in South Africa, where we are piloting that, and we're expecting to have the data in the next 12 months. Because for any organization, you have to have your meters, because the most important thing, you have to develop what we call a baseline. The baseline is driven by data. If you don't have meters, you can basically construct that. That is basically your first and the most important thing within this space. Once we assist the companies to develop that baseline, then it will be easy after they've done any implementation to obviously go back and really quantify, capture what they've done, and either give them what you call, it could be a case study to just demonstrate that whatever they've done is really actually working. So they're reaping the benefit of implementation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahlobo, perhaps you can even extend on that. I really don't want to have a sophisticated conversation about water, because the reality of the matter is people don't have access to clean water. This is a serious problem in the African continent. Thabo, perhaps you can comment on those sentiments.
Well, thanks, colleague, for just really the comments. I think there's been just so much learning also happening here, and just making it practical also, Thabang. Just people need clean water. I want to use a simple thing, because I'm involved in the creating smart, sustainable community part, where you go to a simple community like, where would I get the water? Where would I get this? And you get water from the river coming in, and that water, there's the tech part of pulling it into a mini dam that you create. That's number one. That is infrastructure that people will not have, and sometimes government takes longer in some of those communities to really respond. So you get this local farmer who becomes like a champion around there. He will create a dam and really pull this water. But then there's the treatment part of that water, again, so that it's clean and all of that. And this is where we saw a gap in terms of using basically the vermifiltration side, the usage of the worms, composting and all that to really ensure there could be treatment of that wastewater. And I know it's something that's still pretty much strange whenever you start talking about it, but I think when you go to Google, you will see that part. And these are some of the basic tech around that. But also, I saw that there's also just a basic education just around water in terms of at home. So being in the farm, we've been exposed to times where the water is not clean. So we have to apply just basic educational management of, oh, here's the water. What do I do with it? And how do I ensure that I can drink it? It's drinkable. But also, how do we ensure that we've got it, it's enough so that it's not there? And that's really been that part of, we have to, I think coming with Mr. Rambo, I think, as you mentioned with government, is that the challenge is that on the ground, the implementers, you don't have the implementers who understand the need.
Mr. Mahlobo? Mr. Mahlobo, can you hear me? Okay. Whilst we try to have you back, perhaps Dr. Cullis, you can come in on that one regarding the water purification. And also just one more question there. There's a concept called desalination. Do you think that is viable and cost effective in, purifying water and also, not purifying, but cost saving essentially?
Thanks. Yeah, no, and I agree, that, as I said, I think, there's obviously a lot of challenge around water availability, but even more challenging is around the availability of water of sufficient quality. And that's so, and yes, one of the aspects of it is the technology required to treat that water, and that's certainly, there's a whole range of technologies applicable and very well developed in a formalized sort of technology space, but there are also more readily available or sort of lower tech solutions, and a lot of that is just recognizing the value that ecosystems have in terms of keeping our water clean. I mean, the greatest example is actually the city of New York in America, where they recognized that it was much cheaper to protect the water quality in their mountain catchments than to build a whole treatment plant. And so that enabled them to invest in protecting the sources of water, because it saved them costs on the treatment side. And that's definitely a sort of a philosophy that comes through when it comes looking at sort of the value of what we call ecological infrastructure and protecting catchments. So part of that is protecting catch to reduce that water quality stress. And we're seeing that's a big challenge. Our increasing our water quality risk is probably a greater risk than our water scarcity risk for various, mining is a great one. The challenges around development, particularly in sort of with informal areas growing and a lack of other service like solid waste management, as well as the basic water services. So there are many other aspects not water related that address that concern around water quality. And the technologies are there, but they often, require costs. They are technology. They need constant maintenance and management, which requires the right technical capacities. Often a challenge at particularly smaller scales and municipalities and smaller areas. So that is another, it speaks of a challenge around skills development. So there are options there. On the desalination question, absolutely. I think increasingly it's recognized that is part of the future, particularly for the coastal areas. And one of the, there are challenges around that. Yes, they are more expensive, but in many ways we're running out of other options in certain parts of our area. Technology is improving, it's bringing down the costs, and when you blend it with energy savings efficiencies, there are lots of technologies to reduce the energy components of desal, which is the biggest concern, as well as appropriate design and management can reduce some of those risks, and it's still more expensive, but it's still it's better than no solutions. And also we're recognizing the increasing environmental risks of some of the other options. We can't dam any more rivers necessarily, because those have associated risks and costs that maybe we don't monetize, but are really important from a sustainability perspective.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rimbu, maybe you can come in there and just extend on what Dr. Cullis has shared.
Yes, I concur with my colleague here. The issue of desalination has been considered in especially in the coastal regions when they are experiencing drought period. But the issue of cost has been a sticking point as to whether it's worth investing so much before you are so sure that there is no rain. So there is a tendency to say, let's wait until we reach day zero before we implement that. But it's a scheme that you cannot implement overnight. You really need to have such investment put in place over time. But of course, the issue of cost sometimes becomes very unjustified unless it is the only option that is left. Because when you are left with no choice, money is no longer an issue. You have to make sure that there is water available, because unlike electricity, water cannot be substituted by anything. So I'm not really a person who will really advocate for desalination when there is available other water resources, but at the point where other resources have been explored and there are not a viable options, then desalination can be considered, considering the financial state of most of the municipalities in the country. That talks to the issue of the state of our current water and wastewater infrastructure, where we are really struggling in terms of keeping them up to a good standard that will allow a good water quality being produced from this water and wastewater infrastructure. So knowing that, it will be very difficult to advocate for the establishment of desalination plants while we are still struggling to maintain the little ones that we have, because you really need more competency, more skills to manage those desalination plants. If we are still struggling in terms of getting the necessary competency to successfully manage the existing water and wastewater treatment plants, which we have got too much knowledge about running them, about fixing them, I think desalination plants will become even a more burden to most of those municipalities, where they will have to outsource even the management of those desalination plants, simply because we don't necessarily have such existing skills within the municipalities that can manage those desalination plants at this stage. I think as a country, we still have a long way to go, making sure that we do have the necessary capacity within our own municipalities, so that by the time we made the decision to enter into that space, we know we will be able to run those plants, because they will come at a huge cost. And if we end up not deriving any water from those plants, it will end up being another unnecessary cost that we have invested on if we have got plants that we cannot drink water from. I think that's my input regarding the desalinations. And I think the option that we should push for is the water reuse, of which it compared to the cost of desalination plant, recycling water might come at a better cost. And we do have the necessary capacity in the country where we can implement that. But we have got a challenge regarding the acceptance of such water reuse, because some people are of the opinion that direct reuse should be limited to industrial and agricultural purposes. But with the current water shortages and the municipal efforts and the expenses in a mission to upgrade the current water treatment facilities to meet the current demand for water, it makes more sense to treat water even to a point where we can drink them. But we are currently not doing enough as a country to promote water reuse. And hence, some of the municipalities that have considered that, like eThekwini and the city of Cape Town, they couldn't succeed because there was no proper engagement with the community to make them accept that option. Of course, we are now left with the desalination, of which we hope the community will accept desalination better than water reuse. But I am of the view that desalination will cost the country too much. And in terms of us managing it, I don't think we are ready as a municipalities and the government to manage such a complex desalination plant.
Critical. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Mahlobo, sorry, we got disconnected there. Let's have you back before our closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to say I agree with my colleague who just spoke now. I don't think that South Africa really should even be considering the desalination part. Really looking at the different areas whereby there is water, but there's just either not proper management, not proper conservation, and also obviously just the mining sector on its own. There's so much water there. If we talk about Johannesburg, I used to sit on that building, the Standard Bank building, where they had to move people away because there's a lot of water coming out of those shafts. So there's quite a number of water. The issue is that water needs to be redirected into some sort of a particular purpose. That's something that is very important. Even just on the local municipality, the wastewater aspect also, there has to be. We have to master that, and really be efficient on it. I just feel that we haven't really been efficient on it. We haven't mastered it to a point that water can really be utilized, and it goes a long way. But also creating proper, how do I put it, frameworks or sort of a proper planning, proper town planning. It's something that's really it's really needed. I work closely with urban planners, and I can tell you when a town was not properly planned in terms of just how its water flows and how its everything flows. That's why we have challenges with pipes that are always, there's something wrong with this pipe. There is this, because it's some of those challenges that comes with that, and there's so much waste and all that. So way forward for me is really to say, let us make this thing practical. Let's come back to the domestic side. Provide education on the household on how to use water effectively. Make practical some of the gray water skills on how can you really use water over and over and over before it exits, your house. Simple things like that. Rain catching. There's so much water. We've had so much rain at some point in Naturena, in Joburg. And the houses, just the building structure on its own, it didn't have gutters where it could catch a lot of that water, and it can go to some of the use. These are basic things. Those Giorgios, for each household, teach them just, this is your water, there's the quantity, and this is what it means. Know how much you are using a day. My kids know that, how much water we're using a day, and how much impact does it have on the system, so that we're able to quantify that this community needs so much water, and that has an impact in terms of whether you build a reservoir for that community, a dam, and you know exactly what does that mean. Just Namibia is an example in terms of on that water, in terms of how they actually have built a system that actually save up the water and ensure that they can take longer if ever there were to be some water will be cut off, all that. These are basics. We can bring them into our families. Once they are learned from our families, it's easy when we get when we set up companies, we start workplaces, and even when we start working with government as to say, what is the role of government, the local government in terms of water? Then we have a better relationship. Right now, people believe that government must just provide water. That's all. The rest, they don't care, and it's either they will just waste it. And that again, on its own, it is not right. We have to come in a partnership, whether we say, let us come in a partnership. You give us an enabling environment in terms of the laws and all that, but we have a responsibility also to ensure that our communities understand this, that water is a resource, we can't waste it. And also private sector as business, when we start also engaging, we also understand that there is a role that is very broader when it comes to ensuring that we can secure the future of our generation by really taking care of our water. I also still believe that we don't need the water from Lesotho. We've got enough water as a country. We just need the real data as to exactly where are we wasting it and what are areas we are not really tapping into in terms of the water that's available that must be treated and reclaimed and be really diverted back into the system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sure, Mr. Mahlobo, that was quite packed. And if we had more time, we'd definitely just, really pick out all the tenets that you mentioned, because everything that you have mentioned and alongside the panel as well is worthy of being discussed, particularly why is our tap water not safe? Why do we have to buy water from the shops? You spoke about urban planning. Why do towns in the Eastern Cape like Ulusigisi don't have access to water at all? Why are human beings extracting their water from dirty dams and rivers that are contaminated? So clean water is critical to our well-being as humanity. And I thank you very much to all of you for bringing light to that conversation. May I then ask that you do your closing remarks, please? I will start with the Dr. James Cullis, and then Dr. Rembu, please do, and Lindani, and then Thabo as well. Dr. James?
Yeah, thanks for that. And thanks everybody for the panel discussion. It's been really interesting. And I think it's a topic that needs more conversation and discussions. And we're seeing crisis and it's happening, but in a reactive process, and so it's great to be more proactive. And I think somebody mentioned that need for that proactive thinking and foreseeing what's coming down the line and planning according to that. And urban planning as well as water planning, absolutely. And I think a lot of it comes back to recognizing, returning to the values of water and recognizing how important and precious it is and why it's so important to manage it and conserve it and reuse it and value what we have. And that's not only for us as individuals, but also organized government agencies, organizations, and individual businesses to recognize that this is a precious resource. We as all South Africans are custodians of the resource. It all belongs to all of us, so we must all cherish it and manage it and look after that resource and the catchments that provide it and the systems that are necessary to manage that and ensure we can have safe drinking water, and that for everybody. And that's critical to not only life, but also social and economic growth and development and livelihoods.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. That was Dr. James Cullis, Technical Director and Water Resource Engineer at Zutari. Thank you very much for your time. Dr. Rembu?
Thank you very much, Thabang. I am also in agreement with my colleague. I think we can do more to protect our natural resources. Both groundwater, surface water, and also promotion of water reuse to ensure sustainable water resources. At CSIR, we do have research groups. There are 3 of them that are designed to address challenges that ranges from water losses to escalating water tariffs that threaten industrial and agricultural development, and also the issue of poor drinking water and wastewater management. So those research groups are smart water use, the smart water analytics and solutions, and also smart water and wastewater infrastructure, which provides support in ensuring proper infrastructure support within the country. So at CSIR, we are available to collaborate with the partners to support the government to ensure that our precious resources are sustainably utilized. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That was Dr. Rembu Makgoba, Water Research Center Manager at CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Thank you very much for those sentiments, particularly with regards to collaborating. Our municipalities need experts like you to really go there and advise. So thank you very much for your time there. Lindani?
Okay, thanks, Thabang. I think on my final remarks, in terms of the intervention measures for water, the first real fuel is obviously you look at your water loss control. Secondly, you also look at your water use efficiency, which is really critical, especially for industry. Also, I think we need to do a lot of promotion in terms of raising awareness, in terms of the value for water, also in terms of cost of water. And since it is a scarce resource, the way it's being managed is very critical going forward, even for the economic development. And I think industry has got a big role to play, specifically since they are in most situations they are polluters in terms of their effluent discharge. I think they can really play a critical role as well in reducing their consumption, managing their water, reducing their overall environmental footprint. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. That was Mr. Lindani Ncwane, Project Manager at NCPA. So thank you very much for your time. Mr. Mahlobo?
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful discussion and conversation. I do wish that we actually could have more time to really go into so many of these subjects. My last remarks are basically, let's just keep it simple basically, this is what I tell my children even at home, everywhere. Reduce water usage. If you can reduce your water usage, do that. Find ways to do that. One, it's costly. If you increase it, it's costly. You need to know quite exactly how much it costs you to a point whereby, let me just make a silly point whereby just one flush for toilet, how many liters go there? With the old bucket, it's actually 20 liters, if not more than that goes. So you just gotta know how many liters you're using. So if you could reduce, find a way to reduce. And that's one. And I think the second part is that reuse. So if you could reuse the water over and over after it comes out of a machine, reuse it for your garden, reuse it for your something. Find a way to do that so that you don't have to open a hose pipe to do something that could have been done with that water. It's just basic. And recycle. So the recycling part for domestic in the household. So that's where we find an opportunity to really use the worm farming, the worm part of it. But also it's a general principle that the municipality will also have to recycle the water and send it back again into the system, in any manner. So those are really my last remark, that if we can do those basics, teach our community those basic, let them understand them. We will not even need complicated conversations around water. It will be just basic. And those basic, I think also even in government, even in business, everywhere, they need to be brought back in place, because I think in Africa, we are way educated, beyond our level of just sticking to basic values of just reducing, reusing, and recycling. So that's really that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Thabo Mahlobo, CEO at Agribusiness Corner. But Mr. Mahlobo, we need to flush the toilet, though. If we can find at least 5 liters, but it's necessary for that flush to happen. So thank you so much for also just teaching us the lighter side of things, that there's this connotation that's going around, drink beer, save water, and you are saying, guys, reuse your water at home, forget the beer, let's find strategies around water usage. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to all of you for your time. Continue being the light of the world in educating institutions, in educating people and communities as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you. Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Solar PV generators are increasing in number and size across South Africa and the world. They are powered by photons from the sun and produce electricity here on Earth during the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of sustainability is us. We are the pioneers, we are the end users, we are the ones that can make sure that the world is more sustainable. There's so much that came out of this summit, and I want to allude with one of the sentiments that our panelists shared to say, you know, sometimes we have the right people in the wrong seat, or sometimes we have the right people that are just not in the relevant spaces where they can fuel this change. But all it really takes hunger, it really takes passion. And at the end of the day, sustainability is the heartbeat of conservation, conserving our resources, not only for us, for future generations. Sustainability also speaks to how do we create economic values, not only in our families, but in our communities. And I really wish that all these conversations and all the discussions that we've had, you are able to apply in your personal life, and you're able to really, really consider it and take it to heart. There's so much that has happened. People are dying. There are graves that are premature because of situations like this that we just spoke about. The lack of water treatment, effective water treatment, the lack of food, healthy food. What kind of food are we is being produced? My boss here is saying, no, it's not about water. And I'm saying, yes, it is about supplying clean water, making sure that people have quality food that is being provided, not the things that we're seeing now. Also making sure that, are we mobile enough? Are we feeling safe in our country? Are we feeling safe in our homes? And I think at the heartbeat of sustainability is everything that we've spoken about. Without you, this conference wouldn't have happened. I want to say thank you very much. We also want to just pay homage to our sponsors, CSIR, also the United Nations Global Compact, as well as, I'm not forgetting the last sponsor. I am absolutely not forgetting the last sponsor. Probably I am, but I mentioned them, so they are still on record at the beginning. But thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to you for registering for the past 3 days. It has been jam-packed. Do find us online. There's a record of this even on YouTube. And we also want to say thank you to Cape Media for creating these platforms and for enabling us to have such profound conversations. I remembered who the last sponsor was, and it was IDC. So thank you very much to the Industrial Development Corporation for making sure that this really happens. Lina ke tabang ke lethabo le thabisang ke ngwana wa Hamashigo, ba Hamashigo ke ba Hanamane ke ba Hamiela ke ditau tsa marere ke dikgoshi tsa Mapulane. And that's just me saying my clan praises, because it is Heritage Month after all. So thank you very much. Signing out from studio. Take good care and God bless.